Chapter 4482. The guard said, "My advice to you is to find an organization. The stormy ruin is extremely dangerous, and if you go in alone, you might lose your life. You don't have to worry about that." Ling Xiao thought for a moment. He didn't know anyone in the Board of Patriarchs. Also, he didn't want to cause any trouble. The only way was to join an organization, or to form an organization. While he was thinking, a group of men suddenly rushed towards him. Obviously, this guard had used some special method to contact his companions. There were a total of 9 men who came, and including this guard, there were 10 of them. One of them was obviously stronger than the others, but he was only a peak, heavenly core warrior, the same as Jiang Chen. "Captain, this is the man. How dare he attack me?" When the guard saw his companions, he quickly shouted out, "Young man, are you tired of waiting? How dare you attack my men? Brothers, let's kill him." The captain didn't waste any more time. He just wanted to attack. Right at this moment, a terrifying explosion suddenly sounded out from afar. "What's going on?" The explosion attracted the captain's attention, causing him to forget about Ling Xiao. Right at this moment, shouts could be heard coming from the street. "That crazy girl is fighting with those people from the Board of Patriarchs again." "Which crazy girl?" "That Sheng Yu." "I heard that girl was targeted right after she entered the chaotic desert. But I never expected her to be even more brutal. She actually killed those people from the Board of Patriarchs. She is now wanted by the Board of Patriarchs. She has a bounty of 10 million upper rank soul stones." Hearing this, the captain looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You're lucky. Brothers, let's catch Sheng Yu." Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was in a daze. Sheng Yu. He remembered this name very clearly. Wasn't she the disciple he had taken in? From the heavenly dragon continent to the black tortoise continent, he had made many friends, but he only had one disciple. That was Sheng Yu. More accurately, her name was Dong Huang Yu. Dong Huang Yu was a monstrous genius. Also, she had the bloodline of the ancient East Emperor, which made her even scarier. This was the only person he had ever met whose aptitude was not inferior to his. Ling Xiao also felt that it was best to keep the goodies within the family. This was why he accepted Dong Huang Yu as his disciple. To be honest, he was quite concerned about this girl. Back then, Dong Huang Yu's cultivation base was still very weak. To think that she was able to come to the chaotic desert sea. Since his disciple was in trouble, as her master, he naturally had to help. Thinking of this, he followed the crowd and chased after them. Of course, when he went over, he also smashed the body of the guard into pieces. Not killing him was already a sign of mercy. On the surface, this person was obedient to him, but secretly called for reinforcements. He really deserved to die. After sending that person flying, he turned into an afterimage and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Remember this lesson. Otherwise, if you hit a metal plate, you'll die immediately. His voice rang in the ears of the guards. The guard captain was terrified. His heart was trembling. Mother of Asterisker, just how strong is this person? I feel that even I would be sent flying by that palm. "Captain, what should we do? That person seems to have gone over. We can't afford to offend him. Maybe we're not on the same path. It's fine as long as we don't become enemies with him. This Sheng Yu is someone the Doyan Society wants to capture alive. As long as we can capture her alive, we'll be able to enter the middle ranks of the Doyan Society. We won't be a mere captain now." The guard captain gritted his teeth. Compared to his future, what was fear? It was easy to overcome it. Ling Xiao really wanted to see how strong this disciple he casually accepted back then had grown. However, before he could see Sheng Yu, he saw cultivators killing each other. After thinking about it carefully, he understood. The reward for capturing Sheng Yu was very generous. Whoever captured her would definitely receive a huge sum of money from the Doyen Society. Moreover, they would be able to enter the middle ranks of the Doyen Society. The temptation was simply too great. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's speed grew faster and faster. In the crowd, it was like a beam of light shooting past. Many people didn't even realize that someone had passed by them. That person is so strong. Seems like we won't even be able to get any scraps. That's right. Such a strong cultivator. He must be here to capture Shengyu. Sigh. There were also some who noticed Ling Xiao's speed and mistakenly thought that Ling Xiao was a strong cultivator. They couldn't help but sigh. Who cares? Maybe it's a fight between strong cultivators, and it's our chance. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't pay attention to what these people were talking about. His Tai Chi eye was still open, and soon he saw Dong Huangyu. Right now, Dong Huangyu's body was covered with wounds. But this girl was really ferocious. When he first met her, she was so weak. But now, she was already a late Heavenly Core warrior. Judging from her combat strength, perhaps even a peak Extreme Core warrior wouldn't be a match for her. Just like Ling Xiao, she could challenge cultivators who were stronger than her. Even so, ants could bite an elephant to death. Dong Huangyu was still in trouble. If this continued, this girl would definitely die from exhaustion. In terms of escaping ability, this girl was no match for him. The cultivators who surrounded Dong Huangyu were all pretty strong, and even the weakest among them was an Earth Core warrior. The strongest among them was a peak Extreme Core warrior. Luckily, there weren't any Shattered Core warriors around, or else Dong Huangyu wouldn't have been able to last until now. It really is her. This little girl is getting prettier. Ling Xiao smiled, but he didn't slow down. Although he could see the battlefield now, he still didn't slow down. But in fact, he was still very far away. It was just that his Tai Chi eye could see further. Even in this dangerous situation, Dong Huangyu still showed a tenacious fighting spirit. Even though she was surrounded by so many people, she was still able to take advantage of the fact that her opponents couldn't kill her. She even caused fights between the cultivators from time to time. It was quite similar to Ling Xiao's style. You guys are really shameless. So many of you are surrounding a little girl, and you're still acting so righteous. Humph, if my master is here, all of you will die. It looked like Dong Huangyu still hadn't forgotten that she had a master called Ling Xiao. Your master? That's right. My master is Ling Xiao. After you guys see him, all of you will definitely be scared witless. As Dong Huangyu spoke, she prepared to break out. She didn't expect a miracle to appear. She had to rely on herself. This was what her master had said before. It was useless to place your hopes on others. No matter how difficult the situation was, you had to think of a way to solve it yourself. Ling Xiao. I've never heard of him before. I wonder where he came from. Ling Xiao's reputation was still too small, especially in this chaotic sand sea. There were very few people who had heard of his name before. Hence, when Dong Huangyu said this name, others would naturally mock her. If your master is here, we will still kill him. Moreover, we will kill him in front of you. Everyone roared with laughter. Chapter 4483. Even if your master is here, we will still chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Everyone burst into laughter. The one who said this was a martial artist at the middle stage of the Extreme Core realm. If Dong Huangyu wasn't injured, she would definitely be able to kill this guy. But now, she felt extremely depressed. Oh, is that so? I would like to see how you are going to kill me. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded out. Everyone looked towards the direction where the voice came from. A handsome young man suddenly appeared behind Dong Huangyu. His long hair was scattered behind his back, and it was flowing gently. There was a deep and cold smile in his eyes. Dong Huangyu was startled for a moment, Then she was overjoyed. She turned around excitedly. There was no mistake. It was her master. Although a long time had passed, and someone told her that her master was dead, she didn't believe it. In order to find her master, she cultivated with all her might, and finally she walked out of the golden heavenly region and came here. Master! Dong Huangyu shouted out in surprise. Then she threw herself into Ling Zhao's arms. Tears flowed out from her eyes. Although she was strong, she was still a girl, and she wanted to find someone to act coquettishly. She was strong, but she also wished to be like the others, to have a master who could love her. Good girl, with your master here, no one can hurt you. Ling Zhao gently patted Dong Huangyu's head. Then he looked at the surrounding people. Who dares to bully my disciple? Who will I kill? Ha ha ha! The martial artist at the middle stage of the extreme course stage suddenly laughed wildly. So, you are this little girl's master? You are indeed trash, a peak heavenly core warrior. Not bad, but too bad. In front of me, you are nothing. Is that so? Ling Zhao suddenly laughed and comforted Dong Huangyu. Come, let's see how your master is going to take revenge for you. Dong Huangyu came out from Ling Zhao's arms and nodded her head blankly. In the next moment, she saw Ling Zhao unsheath his sword. The sword flashed. Then nothing happened. In the next moment, the dantian of the mid-core realm cultivator was penetrated. He struggled to say something, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. The surrounding people looked at the cultivator's corpse falling from the sky with fear. Bang! Finally, it hit the ground. No one dared to move. He was completely shocked by the strength that Ling Zhao had displayed. Bastard, you actually killed my junior brother. I'll kill you. After a long while, one of them reacted and charged towards Ling Zhao. This person's cultivation was also at the mid-stage of the extreme core realm. However, its aura was slightly stronger than the previous one. Ling Zhao looked disdainfully at the martial artist who was rushing over. Demonic eye, illusion! The heavenly devil eye opened. That person suddenly stopped in midair. The next moment, a cruel smile appeared on his face as he turned around and charged into the crowd. He was the one with the strongest cultivation in the group. Once they killed their way into the crowd, several martial artists immediately died, tragically. That guy knows illusions. There were still people who saw through the clues, but whether or not it could be seen, they were all in a very dangerous situation. Left with no choice, the crowd could only join forces to attack the martial artist at the middle stage of the extreme stage of the core realm. Although that person was powerful, he was still outnumbered after all. After killing dozens of people, he was defeated. After killing dozens of people, he was blasted into pieces and died on the spot. Right now, the crowd was looking at Ling Zhao as if they were looking at a ghost. They were so scared that they didn't dare to get any closer. When Ling Zhao first appeared, he instantly killed a martial artist at the extreme stage of the core realm. After that, he used the demonic eye to make the martial artists kill each other. He killed dozens of people. In everyone's eyes, he had become a terrifying guy. Dong Huangyu widened her eyes as well. She thought that her cultivation was about to catch up with her master's, and her strength should be on par with her master's. But now, she knew she was wrong. Her master was indeed the greatest genius in the world. Never underestimate him, because those who did were all dead. Don't be afraid of him. He is just a heavenly core warrior. There are so many of us here. Even if each of us spit a mouthful of saliva at him, he will be drowned to death. Dong Huangyu was a hot commodity. No one was willing to give up on her. Also, Ling Zhao's cultivation wasn't strong. At least it wasn't at a level where he could intimidate these people. Also, those who came to the chaotic desert were all fugitives. Although they were a little scared at the beginning, their greed was more important than their greed. But greed was always more important than life. That was what they thought. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the crowd with an indifferent expression. He knew it was useless to say anything right now. The only way to intimidate these people was to kill them. Swoosh, swoosh. A few more figures appeared. This time, they were all at the extreme stage of the core realm, and some of them were even at the perfect stage. This brought a lot of confidence to these people. Unless Ling Xiao was a divine physique realm warrior. Otherwise, they wouldn't be afraid of him. Even if he was a shattered core warrior, they would still kill him. Do you still want to continue? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "First, let me clarify one point. Whoever makes a move will have to die. I always keep my word." "Master, let me help you." Dong Huangyu was a little worried about Ling Xiao. There were just too many enemies, at least a few thousand of them. No matter how strong her master was, once he was injured, he would become weaker and weaker, and it would be troublesome. No need. Just stand there and watch. Let me teach you another lesson. How to fight. You are still not ruthless enough. If you can't kill others, they will kill you. Ling Xiao shook his head and said indifferently. Dong Huangyu nodded hesitantly and then stopped. Everyone attacked together. Don't forget that Dong Huangyu is behind him. Only by killing him can we capture Dong Huangyu alive. For our future. For wealth. Voices rang out one after another. Madness was contagious. Thousands of people shouted in anger and charged at Ling Xiao from all directions. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Everyone's eyes were filled with ruthless killing intent. Ling Xiao smiled. The killing intent in his body instantly rose. He quickly entered the unbounded, heavenly rat beast soul transformation. It seems that it's the same everywhere. If you don't bully others, others will bully you. Whether you keep a low profile or keep a high profile, the result is the same. Rather than that, I might as well kill to my heart's content. His eyes were covered with a layer of terrifying red. Even if the person who came today was a core fragmentation realm expert, he would still kill to his heart's content. With the great Devil King here, what was there to be afraid of? He didn't believe that divine body realm cultivators were cabbages that could be found anywhere. He put away his sword. Ling Xiao's body emitted black and white light. His right hand glowed white. His left hand was black. His right hand was a god, and his left hand was a devil. Endless fists of gods and demons. He punched with both fists. The crazy fists of gods and demons blasted out like a violent storm. With him as the center, the attacks spread out in all directions. Once the endless fists of gods and demons hit, cultivators below the extreme core realm couldn't block a single move. As long as they touched it, they would be smashed into meat paste. They would die on the spot. Even if it was an extreme core realm cultivator, they would have to flee pathetically and wouldn't dare to take it head on. After all, if they were hit by this move, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Chapter 4484. One had to know that during the Golden Battle, Ling Xiao used the endless divine fist to suppress Lion Fearless, who was at the perfected stage of the pill realm. That was a genius who was stronger than ordinary cultivators at the perfected stage of the pill realm. The endless fiend god fist was even more terrifying than the endless divine fist. In just one move, nearly 1,000 people died. The enemies were too densely packed. Ling Xiao didn't even need to aim. He could kill a bunch of people with just a casual punch. In the face of this earth-shattering and terrifying divine fist, everyone froze on the spot once again. Do you still want to continue? Ling Xiao sneered. Dong Huangyu was dumbfounded. He was too strong. As expected of her master, If it were her, she wouldn't be able to cause such a huge destruction with the same strength. Don't be afraid of him. Such a fist technique must consume a lot of true essence. He can't use it again. Someone in the crowd shouted, "That's right. This fist technique is so terrifying. How can he use it so easily? There must be some kind of restriction. Kill him. Don't be afraid. He's about to die." There were too many people. The death of 1,000 people didn't seem to be much at all. He didn't scare those people. All right, since that's the case, I'll show you something fun. Ling Xiao took out the Eastern Victory Heaven Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword again. A cold smile appeared on his face. Double critical blood. 2 huge sword chi pierced through the crowd. In an instant, hundreds of lives were taken. Those people didn't even know what happened before they died. Broken limbs fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Devil! Devil! Finally, someone was afraid. They turned around and fled. Ling Xiao sneered. The killing didn't stop. Blood drinking. As this move was used, a spiderweb-like sword chi appeared in the sky. More than 1,000 people were entangled in it, while people were guessing what this thing was for. In the next moment, the people entangled by the sword chi had their blood essence sucked away and instantly turned into dried corpses. Nearly 2,000 people were killed again. In front of Ling Xiao's terrifying combat strength, the number of people was meaningless. The captain of the Storm Central Command, who hurried, oversaw this shocking scene. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. How is this possible? How can he be so terrifying? In front of him, a martial artist with a cultivation at the great circle of the alchemy realm was actually unable to withstand it. It's too scary. Captain, let's go. This man is a demon, a murderer, a madman. He has already killed more than 3,000 people. *CK. I want to leave too, but my legs are cramping. The captain was so scared that his legs were trembling. Thinking about how he had just been prepared to deal with Ling Xiao, he felt a burst of lingering fear. *CK. Encountering such a terrifying existence, no matter how many lives he had, it would not be enough. Ling Xiao also noticed this small captain. He laughed contemptuously. The squad leader was so scared that he scrambled to run away with his men. He didn't want to see Ling Xiao ever again in this lifetime. If he did, he would definitely treat him like a grandson receiving his grandfather. He couldn't afford to offend such a person. More people chose to run away. He chose to avoid it, because not only was Ling Xiao powerful, but he was also ferocious enough. In the chaotic desert sea, in the territory of the Patriarch Society, he had no intention of showing mercy. This was a terrifying demon king, a crazy killing god. What are you afraid of? He's already very tired. Seeing that more and more people were running away, the few alchemy realm martial artists were unhappy. In the beginning, they didn't want to help. They wanted to use the remaining cannon fodder to weaken Ling Xiao's combat strength. In the end, they took advantage of the situation. But now, everyone had run away, leaving only the dozen or so alchemy realm martial artists. Ling Xiao looked at these dozen or so people contemptuously. He didn't care about martial artists who hadn't reached the Shattered Core realm at all. No need to shout. You're going to die anyway. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. The shadows of 7 types of giant beasts suddenly appeared behind him. To deal with these people, the 7th level of the 12 Divine Beast technique was more than enough. There was no need to use the 9th level at all. With the fusion of the East Victory Godfiend sword, 7 terrifying auras roared and rushed into the crowd. More than half of the dozen or so alchemy realm martial artists died in an instant. The remaining ones cried out in alarm and turned to run. Ling Xiao didn't chase after them. His goal was to scare these people and make them retreat. Since they had retreated, there was no need to chase after them. To him, at this stage, he still didn't want to encounter Shattered Core realm martial artists or even Divine Body realm martial artists. Humph, a bunch of trash. Disciple, let's go. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Holding Dong Huangyu's hand, he slowly walked out of the crowd and into the distance. Although he walked very slowly, no one dared to do anything to him. Some people even hoped that he would walk faster. They were afraid that he would suddenly change his mind. Only when he disappeared did they heave a sigh of relief. However, their eyes were still filled with fear and uneasiness. Who exactly is that person? I heard Sheng Yue say that he's her master. I think his name is Ling Xiao. Why haven't I heard of this name before? Master, I think she's more like a lover. We can't let him take advantage of us. That's right, we can't let him take advantage of us. Report to the organization and ask them to send a Shattered Core realm martial artist here. I don't believe we can't kill him. We must kill him. Kill this Ling Xiao. All martial artists were people who would lick the blood on their heads. You kill me, I kill you, and so on. Although Ling Xiao's frightening strength had indeed frightened many of them this time, but they wouldn't let him go so easily. They had even stronger martial artists in their organization, and they didn't believe they couldn't kill this guy. As long as Ling Xiao was still in the chaotic desert, they would never stop chasing after him, unless all of them were killed. Dong Huangyu was held by Ling Xiao's hand. While walking, she was thinking about the battle just now. Her mind was in a mess. This was too shocking. This was too shocking. She had never thought that a peak heavenly core warrior could be so strong. She thought she was a genius, and she thought she could protect her master. But now, she finally understood that her master would always improve faster than her. He would always be stronger than her. As long as he worked hard to reach his master's level, he would be thankful. The two of them came to a secluded place and stopped. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of those people. However, he also knew that there were even more powerful martial artists behind those people. There was no need to waste energy on thanking them. Disciple E. Ling Xiao casually took out a recuperation pill and gave it to Dong Huangyu. He then asked in puzzlement, "Little lass, why did you come to the chaotic sand sea alone? And why did you offend the Doyan Society?" Dong Huangyu swallowed a healing pill. Then he said, It's a long story. To put it simply, I'm here to find clues about Master. People said that the chaotic desert ocean was the most well-informed place. In the end, as soon as I arrived here, I met an injured person and accidentally saved him. Who knew that guy was such a bad guy? He insisted that he took a fancy to me and wanted me to marry him. I couldn't even refuse. He actually found someone to kidnap me. In a fit of anger, I killed that person. Who knew that he actually had a certain status in the Council of Patriarchs? He seems to be the grandson of one of the patriarchs. Mobile version of the website. M. Chapter 4485. Well done. After hearing Dong Huangyu's words, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. This kind of ungrateful bastard really deserves to be killed. Dong Huangyu was originally worried that her master would blame her, but after hearing Ling Xiao's words, she instantly felt at ease. "Oh, right, master, why did you come to the chaotic sand sea?" She asked happily, to search for two things. Ling Xiao said they are related to the 12 ruins in the chaotic sand sea. Today, when I went to ask about the ruins, I heard that you were surrounded and attacked. Naturally, I had to come out. Master, you are so good to me. Dong Huangyu blushed and smiled sweetly. But, Master, you caused a huge commotion here because of me. I'm afraid you will become a thorn in the side of those fellows. Why don't we leave the storm zone first and go to other districts to take a look. That's what I think too. We can leave the ruins in the storm zone for last. Ling Xiao was very clear that as long as he appeared in the storm zone now, he would definitely be surrounded and attacked by those people. Putting those trash aside for now, core fragmentation realm cultivators were still a little troublesome. He couldn't keep using the Great Devil King, right? Once the Great Devil King was exposed, he would definitely be targeted by Divine Body Realm cultivators. Hence, if he could avoid using it, he would try his best not to. When he used it, he would try his best not to expose himself. I'm sorry, Master. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have to leave the storm zone so quickly. Dong Huangyu sighed. Why do you have to say this between us? If I don't protect my disciple, am I still human? Ling Xiao rubbed Dong Huangyu's head and smiled. Master, since we are going, why don't we go to the Heaven District directly? Dong Huangyu suddenly suggested. The Heaven District is the biggest among the 12 districts in the chaotic Sand Sea. It's also one of the 2 best ruins. If Master wants to find something, it's best to go to the Heaven District or the Eternal Ruins. It's just that the Eternal Ruins are in the Eternal Ruins. That place is the Beast Gods Alliance's territory, and you can't enter it casually. So, let's go to the Heaven District. All right, I'll listen to you. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and agreed. Since they were going to leave the storm zone, they could go anywhere. The 12 districts were connected to each other through teleportation arrays. The Heavenly Hall District was the best. Let's go there. The more outstanding the ruins were, the more likely it was to find the relics of Yu Shun and Zi Shen. Then I'll lead the way. Since Dong Huangyu had found her master, she wasn't willing to leave so easily. Ling Xiao did not refuse. Dong Huangyu wasn't weak. As long as her opponent wasn't an expert at the Shattered Core realm, she should be able to deal with them. In addition, he couldn't bear to leave such a good disciple behind so easily. The 2 of them put on a disguise and paid some spirit stones. Then they were teleported directly to the Heavenly Hall District. The Paradise District was much larger than the Storm District. The place they came to was just the edge of the Paradise District. The teleportation array was set up here to prevent people with ulterior motives from harming the main city. It would take at least a day to reach the main city from the border. Ling Xiao and Dong Huangyu sat on the flying eagle puppet together as they traveled. Along the way, they had encountered quite a number of killings. The biggest difference between Chaotic Sand City and the 4 regions and 9 worlds was that all the killing and looting was done outside. People don't have to pretend. They can do whatever they want. Compared to this place, the place Ling Xiao stayed at before was almost like a holy land. Half a day later, Ling Xiao could already see the central area of the Paradise District. Different from the Storm District Storm City, the Paradise District City was simply like a white building. All the buildings gave off a holy and elegant feeling. One wouldn't dare to offend it. As expected, different cities have different styles. Ling Xiao thought to himself. After a while, the 2 of them arrived at the central area of the Paradise District. This place was even larger than the central area of the Storm District, and the defense was even tighter. Whether it was the city gate or the streets, there were Saint martial artists wearing silver-white armor everywhere. Saint martial artists were not just a name. They also had a unique energy. This energy came from the Paradise Holy Land. These people were all baptized by the Holy Land. Those who had the power of holy light in their bodies were stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same realm. But because the rules here were extremely strict, everything could be done according to the rules. Neither the guards nor the patrolling cultivators found trouble with them. But after coming to this huge and unfamiliar city, the 2 of them still felt a little shocked and even a little confused. Master, are we going to the ruins directly? We definitely need a token here. But it's not the storm token, but the heaven token. And the difficulty of obtaining it is probably even higher. Dong Huangyu said, "Where can we obtain the heaven token?" Ling Xiao asked, "Dong Huang, you came here earlier and should know more about this place than him." Naturally, it's also the central area. But the central area is also very big. There are many different parts. There's a place where the Doyan Society gives out the heaven token. Just go there. Dong Huangyu replied, "Okay, let's go and take a look." Ling Xiao felt a little lucky that he met Dong Huangyu here. Otherwise, he would probably have to use some methods to figure out the situation here. On the way, Dong Huangyu told Ling Xiao, there was a white tower in the Paradise District that towered into the clouds. That was the core of the Paradise District, the central area of the central area. It was called the Heaven Tower. The Doyan Society's headquarters was set up there. That place wasn't a place that ordinary people could enter. If one barged in recklessly, it would be a direct challenge to the Doyan Society's authority. It would be very troublesome. Other than the White Tower, one could go to other places, and it wouldn't affect them. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked over. As expected, the White Tower towered into the clouds, and one couldn't see the end of it. Also, it gave off a huge pressure. Ling Xiao believed that the strongest existence in the entire chaotic sand sea was inside the White Tower. If I'm a disciple of the Golden City, I should be qualified to enter the White Tower, right? Ling Xiao sighed. Although he had become the champion of the Golden Battle, he wasn't an official disciple of the Golden City. He felt somewhat helpless. But at this stage, there was no need for him to go there. If he wanted to enter the ruins, he didn't need to go to the Heaven Tower. He only needed to obtain the Heaven Token. As for the Heaven Token, it could be obtained from the exclusive organization outside the White Tower. Even with his current identity, there was no problem. During the process of heading to the exclusive organization, Ling Xiao also paid attention to the situation in the central area of the Heaven Tower. The overall structure was different from the central area of the Storm Sand Sea. Even the living habits of the people were very different. It was as though one could see the existence of holy disciples at any time and place. Holy disciples were people who believed in the heaven, holy land. Their beliefs were fanatical, and there was no reason for them to go crazy. They would even kill their own family members. Naturally, this was just Ling Xiao's hearsay. Maybe it was just a form of slander. Wait a minute. There's a situation. As they walked, Ling Xiao suddenly pulled Dong Huangyu and coldly stared at a few figures flying over from not far away. Chapter 4486. Could it be that there were people from the storm region chasing after them? That was impossible. How could they be so fast? How did they know that we came to the central area of the heaven region? Master, they aren't from the storm region. They are from the heaven region's Jade Flower God sect. Dong Huang, you understood the chaotic mountain sea better, and was able to tell the identity of these people with a single glance. Jade Flower God sect is actually an organization under the Doyan Society. They control everything in the heaven region other than the heaven pagoda and have great authority. If you want to get the heaven token, you mustn't offend them. Dong Huangyu reminded. Ling Xiao nodded, although he said that these people were clearly here for them. From their expressions, he knew that they didn't have good intentions. What could they do? They couldn't possibly admit defeat, right? Just as he was thinking, those people had already arrived. Why are you guys from the Jade Flower God sect looking for us? Dong Huangyu calmly said, this is the first time, Master, and I came to the heaven region. I don't think we have offended any of you, right? There were a total of 9 people. Among them, 3 were the strongest. They were at the core shatter realm. The others were also in the extreme realm of core. Jade Flower God Sect's disciple Li Jian, Jade Flower God Sect's disciple Zhang Mao, Jade Flower God Sect's disciple Feng Hua. The three of them actually introduced themselves. It seemed like they weren't prepared to fight. However, their attitudes were really arrogant. Their eyes were filled with disdain, sharp and indifferent. It was as if they were high and mighty imperial envoys reading the imperial edict. Three disciples of the Jade Flower God Sect. Why are you looking for us? Ling Xiao asked. Li Jian calmly said, We aren't looking for you. We are looking for him. Originally, Dong Huang Yu thought that these people were here for her. However, when Li Jian spoke, all of them were stunned. However, when Li Jian spoke, she understood that her master had probably done something big after coming to the chaotic mountain sea. But no matter what, she would stand on her master's side. Looking for me? Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and calmly said, That's right. You killed the Twin Tiger Gang's leader in the Nethersal Valley and obtained the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. This Tiger Divine Seal is an Emperor artifact with a dragon pattern. It was originally something that belonged to my Jade Flower God Sect, but it was stolen by the Twin Tiger Gang leader. Since you've obtained it today, then return it to us. For this reason, we can let bygones be bygones. Li Dian's cold tone didn't sound like he was trying to negotiate. It was clearly a threat. If you don't hand it over, we'll settle the score. It's that simple. What if I don't? Ling Xiao made Dong Huang Yu stand behind him as he coldly laughed at the people from the Jade Flower Divine Sect. You're not handing it over? Zhang Mao sneered. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal belongs to my Jade Flower Divine cult. Only the disciples of my Yu Hua Divine religion can use it, together with the Heavenly Tiger Dazzling Light Seal. Its power was even greater. Don't self-comprehend. If you don't hand it over, die. Fire Beacon's words were even simpler. Interesting. I want to see what you can do to me. Since he had already said so much, the other party was obviously here to cause trouble. What Twin Tiger Divine Seal was from Yu Hua Divine religion? That was just bullshit. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal had a much longer history than Yu Hua Divine religion. Do you really want to die? A ruthless look flashed through Li Dian's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a long blade appeared in his hand. In an instant, the blade energy was unleashed in the air. It made one skin feel like it was being cut apart. First level of the Shattered Core Realm. Ling Xiao smiled. This Li Jian was something he could deal with. While he was thinking, Li Jian suddenly attacked. The long blade in his hand flashed, and a bright light flashed. With incredible speed, Li Jian dashed toward Jiang Chen. The blade energy was extremely sharp, and it was aimed at Ling Xiao's neck. Li Jian was going to chop off Ling Xiao's head. Although a Divine Core warrior wouldn't die if his head was chopped off, he would be severely injured. Furthermore, his soul would be injured. This guy was really ruthless. After a cold shout, Ling Xiao took out the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword. He immediately unleashed his flying sword. The sword energy and blade energy collided in the air. The blade energy shattered in an instant. However, the sword energy didn't completely disappear, and it even cut off a strand of Li Dian's hair. Humph! Li Jian coldly harumphed. Then he swung the long blade in his hand again. The violent blade energy transformed into a ferocious white tiger. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He threw out a punch. A dazzling white light burst out from the god's fist, and it shattered the white tiger into pieces. Although the fist energy had disappeared, however, this caused Li Jian and the others to reveal shocked expressions. What's there to be surprised about? The leader of the Twin Tiger Gang is a third-level Shattered Core warrior. I can even kill him. Why are you so surprised when I blocked your attack? Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. I don't want to be enemies with you, Hua Divine Sect. That's why I've shown you mercy. I hope you don't push your luck. Also, you better think about it carefully. I'm a disciple of the Golden Heavenly Region. Do you really want me to snatch treasures in the Heavenly Hall? Li Dian's expression changed again. Ling Xiao was right. If they started a fight in the Heavenly Hall, it might cause a split in the Patriarch Society. Golden Emperor had a bad temper. Let's go. Feng coldly harumphed. Actually, they didn't want to fight here. They just wanted to intimidate him. He thought that as long as an ordinary disciple was intimidated, the other party would definitely hand over the treasure. But he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be such a stubborn person. Stubborn and crazy. Senior brother, are we going to give up just like that? Isn't that a bit too cowardly? Li Jian looked at Feng Hua and said angrily, Give up? Hee, how is that possible? He can't stay in the Heavenly Hall forever. Even if we want to kill him, we can't do it here. This is the territory of our Yu Hua Divine Sect. Once we kill him, no matter what, the Golden Heavenly Region will suspect us. Feng was sneered. He's just an ordinary disciple. Does Golden Emperor really care about his life and death? Zhang Mao said, Ordinary disciple? You probably don't know, but he just won the Golden Battles Championship. He's about to become an official disciple of the Golden City. Everyone in the Golden City is paying attention to him. Feng was said, There's no hurry. Only we know that the Twin Tiger Divine Seal is in that kid's hands. If we don't say it, he definitely won't spread it around. What should be ours will be ours sooner or later. Senior brother is wise. Li Jian said respectfully. Feng Hu was the strongest among the three of them. Naturally, his words carried a lot of weight. Get someone to keep an eye on them. As long as they leave the Heavenly Hall's central area, we'll make our move. Feng Hu sneered. At the same time, he watched the people from Yu Hua Divine Sect leave. Ling Zhao's eyes gradually turned cold. If this wasn't the Heavenly Hall's central area, he would definitely kill those three. But now, he had to plan for the long term. Master, are we still going to the ruins? Dong Huangyu asked. Yes. Why not? Humph. Although I know that after entering the ruins, those guys will definitely chase after me even more crazily. But do you think I'm so easy to kill? Ling Xiao wouldn't change his plan just because of Yu Hua Divine Sect. He would do what he should do. Chapter 4487. Master, are we still going to get the heaven token? Dong Huangyu looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but ask. Yes, but we have to go to Paradise Sea City first. Ling Xiao was holding something in his hand. It was a dagger. Perhaps to outsiders, the dagger was nothing special, but Ling Xiao knew very well. He had given the dagger to Cold Plum. How did it fall into the hands of these people? He had to find out. As for why he had to go to Paradise Sea City, the reason was simple. Paradise Sea City was the base of Yu Hua Sect. Those people should have also returned to Yu Hua Divine Religion. Master, I'll do whatever you say. Dong Huangyu smiled sweetly. In the past, when she had no one to rely on, she had to solve problems alone. Now that she had a master, she felt so blessed. She didn't even need to use her brain. She just needed to let her master make the decision. The two of them changed direction and flew toward Paradise Sea City. Paradise Sea City was still in the Paradise District, but it was next to an oasis lake. The lake was huge, and it was a saltwater lake, so people called it Paradise Sea. This was the market, which was Paradise Sea City. The two of them didn't fly far when they suddenly saw a lively atmosphere. It was a big market, and there were many big and small ships by the saltwater lake. Was Paradise Lake really a lake? Ling Xiao was a little emotional. Looking from the sky, it seemed to be more vast than the sea he had seen before. Almost All kinds of ships were gathered here. There were tall, turreted ships, flywheel ships, sailboats, and even steel-armored battleships. Anyway, all the ships that Ling Xiao had seen before had appeared here. He had to admit that the chaotic sand ocean was a good place. There were so many different kinds of people gathered here. Paradise City was probably the most lively place in the entire chaotic sand ocean. Master, the biggest shop in Paradise City is called Sky Sea Pavilion. It's run by the Patriarch Society. Even Yu Hua sect doesn't dare to do anything rash. If we want to buy something, it's the best place to go. There are all kinds of herbs, weapons, and treasures there that you can't imagine. There's nothing you can't buy. Also, if you want to sell something, they'll buy it. When they arrived at Paradise City, Ling Xiao was still clueless. Luckily, Dong Huangyu was here. Where is the headquarters of the Yu Hua sect? Ling Xiao asked. Well, it's right next to Sky Sea Pavilion. Dong Huangyu pointed at a building that looked like an imperial palace and said, There it is. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. To Sky Sea Pavilion. Now that he knew the location of Yu Hua Divine Religion's nest, he didn't want to barge in recklessly. It was very dangerous to barge in without investigating anything clearly. If things went wrong, he might even get himself killed. The Sky Sea Pavilion was also luxuriously built. It was even bigger than the headquarters of the Divine Flower sect. It was a much bigger palace. Although he looked like one, he wasn't from the Imperial Palace. Not just anyone could enter the Imperial Palace. The Sky Sea Pavilion was a place to do business. The two of them arrived at the Sky Sea Pavilion. Someone came up to them and said, Welcome, gentlemen. May I ask if you are here to buy or sell something? Let's take a look first. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. These shop assistants weren't strong. They were only at the 6th Divine Core Realm. However, they weren't fighters, and their combat strength didn't matter. If anyone dared to cause trouble here, someone would come out to deal with them. Please come in. The shop assistant smiled and led Ling Xiao and Dong Huangyu into the Sky Sea Pavilion. Once they were inside, someone came to receive them. The shop assistant led them to a stall where they could buy and sell things. They could choose anything they wanted. After they finished looking and choosing, they could directly pay at the counter. It was very convenient. This place is really big. This was the biggest shop Ling Xiao had ever seen. Although he had been to some shops before, he had never seen one as big as this one. Furthermore, the Sky Sea Pavilion was built in a unique style. Almost every corner was protected by a formation. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to do anything rash after entering this place. Only those who were tired of living would dare to cause trouble here. Ling Xiao was looking around aimlessly, but in fact, he was looking around with his Tai Chi eye. Since he saw Cold Plum's things here, it was very likely that Lung Mei was here. Right at this moment, in a VIP reception room of the Sky Sea Pavilion, a few people were sitting there. The room was very luxurious and comfortable. One of them was quite handsome, and he didn't look very old. He looked less than 100 years old. There was an air of elegance in his movements. Everything he was wearing was made of treasures. None of them were ordinary clothes. Next to him sat a girl. She was wearing purple clothes. Her aura was cold and murderous. She was very beautiful. She was the kind of face that men would remember for the rest of their lives. However, the girl seemed to be in a lot of pain right now. She would frown and sigh from time to time. Behind the two of them were 9 powerful guards. They were of different ages, and they were wearing strange clothes. Among the 9 guards, 3 of them were at the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. Their strengths were different, but even the weakest of them were at the Shattered Core Realm. None of them were people Ling Xiao could afford to offend. There was one more person Ling Xiao didn't notice that there was a terrifying existence whose aura was almost completely hidden. He was sitting next to the elegant man. He was obviously a guard too, but his status was higher. His strength was even more terrifying. He was a divine physique echelon expert. Who was this elegant man? How could he be protected by so many powerful experts? Ling Xiao frowned and continued to watch. Opposite the elegant man and cold plum sat a person. He should be the shopkeeper of the Sky-Sea Pavilion. The elegant man said, "Shopkeeper Chin, if the Sky-Sea Pavilion doesn't have that kind of thing, I'm afraid you can't find it anywhere else." "Young Master Tianrui, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but the thing you want is really out of stock. Generally, this kind of treasure can only come from the 12 ruins. It's a rare item, and it will be snatched up as soon as it comes out." Shopkeeper Chin smiled bitterly. Young Master Tianrui was the eldest young master of the Yuhua divine sect, Yuhua Tianrui. With his relationship with the Patriarch Society, he believed that the Sky-Sea Pavilion would give it to him if they really had it. It was obvious that the Sky-Sea Pavilion didn't have it at the moment. "Young Master Tianrui, it's fine if you can't find it. We just met by chance. You don't have to do this for me." Cold Plum spoke. She felt very uncomfortable with Yuhua Tianrui's enthusiasm. "What are you talking about? Miss Cold Plum, don't worry. Your injury, this young master will definitely heal it. As for the friend you're looking for, Ling Xiao, don't worry. I've already sent someone to look for him. Li Jian, Zhang Mao, and Feng Hua are my elite soldiers. They'll definitely find him." Yuhua Tianrui said eagerly. Chapter 4488. "Thank you," Cold Plum said plainly. "If you can't find him, don't force yourself. Master might not want me to find him." In the past, Cold Plum was a girl with a cold temperament, just like her fighting style. Now, she was the colorful butterfly saintess of the savage beast region and had a cold temperament. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, she would never be nice to others. Yuhua Tianrui's expression was a bit unnatural. He was the young master of Yuhua divine sect. Although he wasn't his father's favorite son, his status in Yuhua divine sect wasn't low. It had always been those women who threw themselves at him. But recently, he was madly infatuated with the colorful butterfly saintess called Cold Plum. He wanted to use force, but didn't dare to. So he could only try his best to please her. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to be effective. At this moment, a burst of anger ignited in his heart. With his personality, he really wanted to force himself on the woman in front of him. But because of her status, he could only endure it. Just as he was about to speak again, there was a commotion outside. Ling Xiao just wanted to see if he could find Cold Plum. He didn't expect to find Cold Plum in Sky-Sea Pavilion's VIP reception room. Although he could see the scene with his Tai Chi eye, he couldn't hear anything. Judging by the movements of her lips, he could guess that Cold Plum was injured. And this injury was very stubborn and required extremely precious herbs to heal. "Master, what's wrong?" Seeing Ling Xiao suddenly stop, Dong Huangyu asked curiously. "Master's friend is here, and she seems to be injured." Ling Xiao found the dagger and chased her here. It was an unintentional move, but he didn't expect to find her. It could only be said that he and Cold Plum were fated to meet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to find her in the chaotic sand ocean. Master's friend? Then I must meet him. Dong Huangyu believed that Ling Xiao's friend was definitely not an ordinary person. Other than looking for her master, the most important reason she came out this time was to see the world. He wanted to see more of those strange people to increase his knowledge and experience. Moreover, he was her master's friend, so she wanted to get to know him even more. Ling Xiao left the shopping area on the first floor and went straight to the VIP reception room. Cold Plum was someone who had followed him since the Heavenly Dragon continent. They temporarily separated in the ancient divine tomb. It was also for her better development. Now, Cold Plum's cultivation had surpassed his. Clearly, she had received a special inheritance from the savage beast region. Saintess Kai Dai? What an interesting title. However, Ling Xiao felt very uneasy about this kind of inheritance. How could it be a good thing for his strength to increase so quickly? Furthermore, he had just vaguely sensed the existence of a second soul in Cold Plum's body. Although it was hidden very deeply, he had indeed sensed it. This shouldn't be a possession. If it was a possession, the two souls would not be able to get along so well. Even so, he was still worried. Naturally, he had to get to the bottom of things. Soon, both of them arrived outside the VIP pavilion. Aside from the original guards, there was also a group of warriors wearing the standard uniform of Yu Hua divine sect. They were vigilantly looking around. Even a mosquito wouldn't be able to escape their eyes. There were more than 50 of them in total. The weakest among them was at the 8th level of the divine core realm, which was the perfect heavenly core realm. Li Jian, Zhang Mao, and Feng Hua, whom he had met before, were all here. Just as I thought, Cold Plum is with the people of Yu Hua divine sect. This is going to be troublesome. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He obviously couldn't force his way in. They had divine physique realm warriors as well. Even if he summoned the great Devil King, he wouldn't be able to kill all of them. Besides, the base of Yu Hua divine sect was right next to them. He believed there were even more terrifying existences there. Of course, the most important thing was that Yu Hua Tianrui didn't seem to be doing anything to Cold Plum. Instead, it seemed like he was helping Cold Plum find herbs. No matter if he was sincere or not, he couldn't just attack her. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll kill all of you. Get lost. Ling Xiao and Dong Huang, you were still a few hundred meters away from the VIP pavilion. Angry roars could be heard coming from the other side. Their attitude was extremely rude. Ling Xiao didn't want to go against these people. He turned to Li Jian and said, "Old friend, don't you recognize us? It's you. Why did you chase us all the way here?" Li Jian was surprised. Ling Xiao took out the dagger and waved it around. "I saw something belonging to an old friend, so I came here to have a look. I didn't expect it to really be here. My little maid seems to have a good relationship with your young master. Are you really going to stop me?" Actually, aside from Feng Hua, Li Jian, and Zhang Mao, he didn't take any of them seriously. In front of him, heavenly core warriors and extreme core warriors were nothing. Li Dian's expression changed. Just as he was about to say something, someone in the pavilion reacted. Ling Zhao's voice was really loud. As long as the people in the pavilion weren't deaf, there was no way they couldn't hear him. The door was opened, and the first person to rush out was a girl in purple. After being separated for so many days, the girl seemed to have become even more beautiful. She even had a celestial aura. No wonder Yu Hua Tianrui was fawning over Cold Plum. With such a beauty, no matter who it was, they would definitely fall for her. Dong Huangyu was stunned. What a beautiful girl! Is she master's wife? Perhaps she thought that only a beauty like this was worthy of her master. Cold Plum looked at Ling Xiao, and she was stunned. Many times in the past, she had dreamed of seeing her master standing in front of her. Now that she finally saw him, she felt like she was dreaming. She couldn't believe it. "What's wrong? You don't recognize me?" Ling Xiao let out a bright smile. His white teeth shone in a friendly light. "Master," Cold Plum couldn't hold back her excitement any longer. She threw herself at Ling Xiao. She laid her head on Ling Xiao's shoulder and cried. Cold Plum was a strong girl. When she was alone, no matter how much she suffered, she never cried. But today, the moment she saw Ling Xiao, She finally couldn't hold back her tears. This was a true display of her emotions. Anger flashed across Yu Hua Tianrui's face. His eyes flashed with viciousness and killing intent. *CK. I was fawning over you, but you didn't even give me a good look. When you saw this trash, you actually threw yourself into his arms. Bitch. Of course. He only thought this in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. Cold Plum was the Kai-Dai Saintess, after all. She had inherited the power of the Saintess. Her current strength wasn't something he could fight against. Moreover, Cold Plum represented the Savage Beast region. A mere Yu Hua sect didn't dare to provoke a monster like the Savage Beast region. All right, stop crying. I heard you were injured. What happened? Ling Xiao was most concerned about Cold Plum's injuries. Actually, I'm not injured. Something went wrong when I was cultivating. As a result, whenever I use my true essence, my entire body hurts. I can't take it. Cold Plum felt a warmth in her heart. Master really cared about her. The first thing she did when she saw him was to ask about his injuries. Chapter 4489. Cold Plum, is this the friend you've been looking for? Yu Hua Tianrui couldn't stand it anymore, so he interrupted the conversation between Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at Yu Hua Tianrui indifferently. He was less than 100 years old, but his strength had already reached the second level of the Shattered Core realm. He wasn't weak, but he wasn't considered a genius either. Why are you pretending to be confused? Li Jian and the others seem to have seen me just now. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He could tell that Yu Hua Tianrui was interested in Cold Plum. However, he had other thoughts. Cold Plum was someone who had been with him since the Tianlong continent. Their relationship was very deep. He would never allow anyone to hurt Cold Plum. Hee, Brother Ling, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Those 3 people don't know you. Yu Hua Tianrui smiled, awkwardly. Is that so? Ling Xiao sneered. It better be so. Cold Plum also looked at Yu Hua Tianrui and said, if I find out that you dare to attack my master behind my back, I won't be polite. Even if I have to taste the pain of thousands of arrows piercing my heart, I'll still kill you. Her expression became extremely cold. She didn't like Yu Hua Tianrui to begin with. If this guy dared to hurt Ling Xiao, she wouldn't let him off easily. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Yu Hua Tianrui was furious. Cold Plum was actually so cold to him. He wished he could kill Ling Xiao right now. But he couldn't. He still had to maintain a smile and said, if I know that this brother is the saint's friend, I'll definitely treat him well. Shopkeeper Chin, I heard that there's a restaurant in Skysea Pavilion? Of course. Shopkeeper Chin smiled and said, please follow me. Yu Hua Tianrui glanced at Cold Plum and Ling Xiao and said, I'll be the host today and treat you to a meal. Please give me face. Since someone is treating us, of course we have to go. Cold Plum was about to refuse when Ling Xiao spoke up with a smile. After all, Yu Hua Tianrui was the eldest young master of the Yu Hua divine sect. He might be able to get some information out of this guy. Since Ling Xiao had accepted, Cold Plum did not refuse. Cold Plum will listen to Master. Let's go. Every time Yu Hua Tianrui heard Cold Plum call Ling Xiao Master, he felt upset, but he still had to endure it. The group followed Shopkeeper Chin to the Skysea Pavilion, a place that was specially prepared for VIPs. Yu Hua Tianrui was obviously very respected here. After everyone sat down, all kinds of delicacies were served, and it was of the highest quality. In Yu Hua Tianrui's words, as long as it's something that can be bought with money, it's nothing. His guards were basically standing to the side. Only the divine body realm guard remained seated at the side. They seemed to be his personal bodyguards. Yu Hua Tianrui was still afraid of death. After all, he was not strong enough and was rather arrogant. He had offended many people in the chaotic Sand Sea. During the meal, Yu Hua Tianrui wanted to talk to Cold Plum a few times, but Cold Plum only chatted with Ling Xiao and Dong Huangyu, and it was very lively. She had completely ignored him. Yu Hua Tianrui felt bored and took his leave in advance. Of course, he had already paid the money. Since the two of you have finally met after a long time, let's chat first. I won't disturb you. Yu Hua Tianrui was still able to act as if nothing had happened despite the anger in his heart. It was really hard on him. Seeing that the people who should have left had left, Ling Xiao dismissed the waiter. The three of them sat there, eating and chatting. From Cold Plum's words, he had a deeper understanding of the Yuhua divine sect. The Yuhua divine sect was also founded by martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It was considered the 3rd largest force under the Patriarch Society and the Beast Gods Alliance. It was also considered a direct, subordinate force of the Patriarch Society. After all, the Patriarch Society was just a loose organization. Some things had to be decided by the 13 patriarchs together. That was too troublesome. Therefore, ordinary matters were left to the Yuhua divine sect. This also made the Yuhua divine sect even more arrogant. They even felt that they were the representatives of the Patriarch Society. Of course, as an organization directly under the Patriarch Society, the Yuhua divine sect was extremely powerful. According to Cold Plum, the Yuhua divine sect had as many as 10 divine physique echelon experts. They were very powerful. After all, whether a sect was powerful or not depended on the experts. Divine physique echelon was the upper limit now. As the young master of the Yuhua divine sect, it was easy to understand why Yuhua Tianrui had a divine physique echelon expert protecting him. After all, he was the sect master's biological son. Moreover, the sect master did not have many sons. It was said that there were only 3. Yuhua Tianrui was the second son. He had an elder brother and a younger brother. The most outstanding one was his elder brother. His younger brother was also very outstanding. It was just that he was still young and was not in the chaotic desert sea. He was currently cultivating in the heaven's sacred ground. Ling Xiao felt a bit of pressure in his heart. He could already feel Yuhua Tianrui's hostility towards him. This Yuhua divine sect actually had 10 divine physique echelon experts. They were not in existence like the Scarlet Sun's sacred city. It was too difficult to deal with them. Cold Plum, tell me honestly, how close is this Yuhua Tianrui to you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Cold Plum's attitude determined his attitude towards the Yuhua divine sect. Dong Huang, you only cared about eating at the side. This girl was not only a glutton, but also a ghost. Cold Plum thought for a moment and said, Master, I am now the Kaidai Saintess of the Savage Beast region. Yuhua Tianrui is probably just trying to curry favor with me. That's why he wants to find herbs for me. However, these herbs are extremely difficult to find, so I don't have much hope. As for what he is thinking, I don't know. I see, I understand. After figuring out the relationship, the next step would be even clearer. But you are the Kaidai Saintess of the Savage Beast region. Why didn't the Savage Beast region even send a bodyguard to you? Ling Xiao asked in shock. This. Cold Plum stuck out her tongue playfully. I snuck out by myself. They are probably going crazy from anxiety. Oh, you don't make the people who care about you anxious. No matter what, you go back first. I still have to stay in the chaotic sand sea for a while. Just come back when you want to see me. Ling Xiao hurriedly said. I understand, Master. But Master, why did you come to the chaotic sand sea? Ever since I received the news of you coming here, I have been very worried. Cold Plum asked. Me? I'm here to find two things. Ling Xiao smiled and said, these two things are very likely to be in the 12 ruins. I came to the Heavenly Hall district to make a trip to the Heavenly Ruins. Heavenly Ruins? Cold Plum suddenly frowned and said, Master, have you obtained the heavenly token? Not yet. Ling Xiao shook his head. The heavenly token is something that must be obtained. Without the heavenly token, it is impossible to enter the Heavenly Ruins. I know that, Ling Xiao said. Then do you know that there is a limit to the number of people who can enter the Heavenly Ruins? Cold Plum smiled bitterly and said, not only is there a limit to the number of people, but there is also a limit to the time. So troublesome? Ling Xiao felt a headache coming on. These guys really know how to make simple things complicated. If it was up to him, he could just let them enter and hand over the people who came out. I'll read. Chapter 4490. To put it simply, the Board of Patriarchs represents 13 forces in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In addition to the strength of the Yu Hua divine cult and other subordinates, there are a total of 22 quotas. These 22 quotas represent 22 teams. There is no limit to the number of people in each team. It can be one person or many people, but there can be no more than 6 people. Every time the Heavenly Ruins opens, a new treasure location will be discovered. At this time, the 22 teams will enter to seize the treasures. In the end, half of the treasures obtained will be handed over, and the other half can be left behind. Isn't it 90% handed over? Ling Xiao asked curiously. 90% refers to the teams that don't belong to the Board of Patriarchs. For example, the Beast Deities Alliance. Cold Plum explained. So that's how it is. Can anyone with any strength enter? Ling Xiao asked again. No. Apart from the Eternal Ruins, there are large-scale restrictions set up in the 12 ruins. Divine Physique realm martial artists can't enter. Otherwise, the Board of Patriarchs will go and obtain the treasures themselves. There is no need for the younger generation to help, Cold Plum explained. This restriction should be set up by the experts of the Eternal Desert. The Board of Patriarchs has tried all means, but still couldn't break it. Then, when will the Heavenly Ruins open again? Ling Xiao asked. If it was too long, he planned to go somewhere else. There were 12 ruins, so he didn't have to hang himself on one tree. About 7 days later, Cold Plum replied, Okay, that's not too long. I have to prepare a little. Oh, right. How do I apply for this quota? Ling Xiao asked. He realized that Cold Plum seemed to know everything, so he asked directly, Master, there are 2 ways to apply. One is to directly join the Golden Sky Regions team, but it's not certain whether those people will accept you. The other is to set up your own team and compete. Master, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to do it alone. Cold Plum frowned. It's fine if I'm alone as long as I pass the test. It'll be troublesome if there are too many people. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Even if he couldn't use the Great Demon King in there, he had other ways. Master, don't forget about me. I can team up with you. Dong Huang Yu swallowed the food in her mouth and hurriedly spoke. Master, it's not that I don't trust you. However, there were many experts in the chaotic sand ocean. Even divine physique echelon cultivators couldn't enter. There are also warriors in the core fragmentation realm. It's very troublesome. Cold Plum was worried about Ling Xiao. That's not right. I heard that the restriction doesn't limit strength, but age. Those under 100 years old are not allowed to enter. Dong Huang Yu suddenly interjected. That's right, but it's impossible for there to be a divine body realm martial artist within the age of 100. The strongest one is probably at the core fragmentation realm, Cold Plum said after some thought. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then it's easy. Good disciple, come with me to search for treasures. Cold Plum, do you want to join? Why don't you join us? Ling Xiao smiled. Master is indeed master. Cold Plum looked at Ling Xiao and couldn't help but sigh. In the past, Ling Xiao was fearless. Even now, he still hadn't changed. Master, let's not talk about this first. If you really want to go, I have to explain the situation of the Heavenly Ruins. The Heavenly Ruins have a nice name, but it's a name given by the later generations. It's actually very terrifying inside. There are many strange creatures inside. They're obviously walking corpses, but they still have the ability to kill. Moreover, they also have very tenacious vitality. I once saw with my own eyes that a 9th-stage core fragmentation realm martial artist was sucked dry by the vines in the depths of the underground. It's that terrifying. Although Ling Xiao said that, he still had a faint smile on his face. Undying creatures? That didn't exist at all. Human martial artists who cultivated to the divine physique echelon couldn't achieve immortality. At most, their vitality would be stronger. It wasn't that those creatures couldn't die, but that people hadn't found a way to kill them. He had the Tai Chi eye, which was probably the nightmare of those creatures. What other characteristics are there? Tell me all of them? Anyway, you know my character. I have to go, Ling Xiao said with a smile. This Heavenly Ruins has a greatest characteristic, which is that time seems to cycle. It will never move forward. If you can't walk out of this cycle, you will always be trapped in the nightmare of time, never to come out. Cold Plum said. Time cycle. Hearing Cold Plum's words, Ling Xiao was stunned. Not afraid, but pleasantly surprised. What were the two things he was looking for? One was the remains of Sun God. The other was the remnant soul of Yu God. Sun God grasped the will of massacre and the law of space. Yu God grasped the law of time. This Heavenly Ruins was very likely to be related to Yu God. He didn't expect that his luck was so good, actually bumping into it here. Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. He had to go in this Heavenly Ruins. Anyway, there were still 7 days until the next time he entered the Heavenly Ruins. He could wait. Perhaps after coming out of this place, his strength would have an earth-shaking change. Since Master is determined to go, I'll go with you. It just so happens that the prophecy said that there will be one thing in the treasure this time. It's better than the medicinal herbs I'm looking for. After consuming it, not only can it greatly improve your cultivation aptitude, it can allow a martial artist to be reborn, and it can heal basically all injuries. Cold Plum said with some excitement. What is so magical? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. The prophecy said that it's called the eternal fruit. Cold Plum said. Prophecy. You mentioned the prophecy just now. What is this prophecy? Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. Every once in a while, some words will appear on the jade wall outside the ruins. It predicts where there is treasure and roughly what it is. This is the prophecy. Cold Plum said. So magical, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then besides this eternal fruit, is there anything else in the prophecy? There are many good things. However, there are actually only 4 things that can attract the attention of divine body realm martial artists. The eternal fruit is one of them. The second is the saint-level cultivation technique that surpasses emperor-level cultivation techniques. I've never seen a saint-level cultivation technique before, but I heard that this cultivation technique can only be cultivated by divine body realm martial artists. There is a special power in the cultivation technique. If one is not a divine body realm martial artist, one will definitely suffer from a backlash. However, one thing is for sure, saint-level cultivation techniques are extremely powerful, much more powerful than emperor-level cultivation techniques. No wonder even those divine body realm old fellows are tempted. There's actually something like a saint-level cultivation technique. Ling Xiao was very emotional. No wonder there were people who kept barging into the ruins, even though they were so dangerous. After all, as long as one could get such good things, they would be rich. The third thing is an emperor-level treasure. As for what it is, I'm afraid I'll only know when I see it. However, one thing is for sure. This emperor-level treasure has 10 dragon patterns. It's the highest level, mortal level, emperor level weapon. Chapter 44, 91. Cold Plum continued. The last item is a kind of spiritual medicine. It's different from the eternal fruit. This spirit medicine was actually artificially refined. It's called 9 Lightning Body Tempering Pill. After taking it, it can temper the body and increase one's aptitude. The effect is very magical. It can turn ordinary people into geniuses, geniuses into monsters, and monsters into monsters. So many good things. Presumably, apart from these 4 items, the rest of them were definitely not ordinary items. Looks like I have to go to this place. There might be clues about Yushin and so many treasures. It would be a pity not to go. Ling Xiao naturally knew that it was difficult, but he didn't believe that all 22 teams were equally strong. There must be weak ones. How would he know if he would succeed if he didn't try? The 3 of them finally made a decision. Let's go together. Although Cold Plum couldn't use her true essence often, her physical strength was comparable to a peak core realm expert. At the crucial moment, she could endure the pain and use her true essence. She could display even more terrifying strength. As for Dong Huangyu, it wouldn't be a problem for her to deal with a peak core realm expert. After all, there were only a few shattered core realm experts. There were even fewer shattered core realm experts under 100 years old. In that case, let's go sign up first. Cold Plum stood up and said, as the Kaidai Saintess of the Savage Beast region, I still have some say in the Patriarch Society. It won't be a problem for me to sign up. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Yuhua, Tianrui? Ling Xiao smiled. No need. I don't know him. He was the one who insisted on sticking to me. Cold Plum shook her head. In that case, let's go. The 3 of them left Sky-Sea Pavilion, but before they could leave, they saw Yuhua Tianrui coming over with his guards. The eyes of the divine physique, echelon, realm guard were cold and sinister. Obviously, he didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao. However, this was normal. It would be strange if he had a good impression of him. From his point of view, Ling Xiao was trying to snatch his young master's woman. Saintess, are you going to leave without saying goodbye? Yuhua Tianrui had the intention of denouncing him as soon as he arrived. Where I go doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? Cold Plum frowned. Who does Yuhua Tianrui think he is to me? But since you're here, there's no harm in telling you, Master, and I have some matters to attend to. In the future, there was no need to trouble young Master Tianrui to take care of him. No matter what, thank you for your kindness. Cold Plum came to Sky-Sea Pavilion alone to buy herbs. Yuhua Tianrui insisted on getting close. If it was not for the fact that it was not appropriate for her to use her vital essence now, she would have chased him away long ago. Why would he waste so much time talking nonsense with this fellow? Goodbye. Ling Xiao smiled. He soared into the air and flew back to the central hub of the heavenly hall with Cold Plum and Dong Huangyu. Bastard! Seeing Ling Xiao and the others leave, Yuhua Tianrui suddenly cursed fiercely. Be *TCH, who doesn't know what's good for her. Eldest young master, there's no need to be angry. If you're not satisfied, I'll kill those 3 people for you. Fenghua said calmly. Although he felt that it would be troublesome for Yuhua sect to rashly kill the cultivators from the Golden Sky region and the Savage Beast region. but as long as his master gave the order, he did not care. Damn it, that Cold Plum and Ling Xiao were flirting with each other. They were purposely trying to anger eldest young master. Li Jian gritted his teeth and said, Yu Hua Tianrui thought for a while and said, the other party's identity is special. It's better to be careful, especially that Cold Plum Kai Dai Saintess. She has a great background. We can't afford to offend her. If she really gets angry, her strength might not be inferior to a divine physique echelon cultivator. Yu Hua Tianrui was not a fool after all. At least he had a brain. He did not directly give the order to kill Ling Xiao and the others. Feng Hua, send someone to keep an eye on those 3 people. I want to get information on them at all times. Kai Dai Saintess. Ha! Only this kind of woman is worthy of me. Yu Hua Tianrui sneered. There was nothing he could not get in the chaotic desert ocean. So what if she was the Kai Dai Saintess? Eldest young master, I've already sent someone to keep an eye on them. That Ling Xiao is the one who killed the Twin Tiger Gang's leader and obtained the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. Feng Hua said, Oh, I couldn't tell. He's that strong? Yu Hua Tianrui was too familiar with the strength of the Twin Tiger Gang's leader. They had a deal in the past. 3rd level of the Shattered Core realm. He was actually killed by Ling Xiao. It's probably someone else's doing. The person who reported the information said that when they went, the Twin Tiger Gang's leader was already dead. Feng Hua said, No matter what, let's keep an eye on him first. If we want to kill him, we have to make sure that we kill him in one blow. Also, we can't let the people of the Golden Sky region know about it. After all, he's the champion of the Golden Battle. Yu Hua Tianrui knew that it was not easy for their Yu Hua Divine sect to grow. They still had to look at the face of the Patriarch Society. And the Patriarch Society represented the 13 forces of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He could not afford to offend any of them. Therefore, he had to be even more careful. Who? The divine physique echelon guard suddenly snorted. He looked at a place not far away. A person appeared there. It was a man with a strong build. He looked very young. His muscles were tense. His figure was also extremely tall, about 3 meters tall. His cold eyes did not belong to a human at first glance, especially the wild aura that was released from his body. It made one's heart tremble. Someone who could make the divine physique echelon guard nervous was definitely not ordinary. In front of this person, Yu Hua Tianrui felt as if he was being stared at by a huge tiger. His entire body trembled, and he could not even stand steadily. You're not heavenly demon Yu Hua. That person suddenly spoke with a look of disdain. No wonder you're so useless. Bastard. Hearing that his master was being humiliated, a guard pounced forward. This was a martial artist at the extreme 6th level of the core realm. Even in the entire chaotic desert, he was not considered weak. He punched that person. That person did not even move. However, the guard felt as if he had been hit by a huge planet. He flew backward, and he could no longer take it. Sir, Heavenly Demon Yu Hua is my elder brother. He's currently not at home. Yu Hua Tianrui hurriedly said, I got it. Tell your subordinates to be more obedient. Don't attack anyone you meet. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. The young man grinned and jumped up, instantly disappearing into the sky like a cannonball. Someone from the Savage Beast region. Could it be that he's with Cold Plum? Yu Hua Tianrui was extremely glad that he did not attack Cold Plum. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. Ling Xiao and the other 2 sat on the flying puppet and returned to the center of heaven. It did not take much time. Go and greet your people first. Otherwise, they won't know where you went. After landing, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to save his life. There were still 7 days anyway, so there was no hurry. Okay, Cold Plum also felt that it was time to go and greet them. Heaven District had the 4 regions and 9 realms offices. The Savage Beast Region's office was an exquisite courtyard. Before he entered, Ling Xiao saw 2 people at the door looking very anxious. Chapter 4492. Cold Plum stepped forward and explained the situation. The 2 men's expressions changed drastically. No, Saintess, you're from the Savage Beast region. Even if you want to enter the Heavenly Ruins, you should form a team with a warrior from the Savage Beast region, not with someone with mediocre strength. The 2 men noticed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the peak Heavenly Core realm. No wonder people said he was mediocre. Their words were already considered polite. To put it bluntly, they would just call him trash. Say no more. I've made up my mind. It seemed like Cold Plum's status in the Savage Beast region wasn't low. Since she had made up her mind, the 2 men couldn't do anything about it. In the end, they looked at Ling Xiao helplessly and said, "Young man, our Saintess is willing to form a team with you. That's your good fortune. But don't have any dirty thoughts. The Saintess isn't something someone like you can have." Cold Plum, what am I to you? Ling Xiao didn't refute. He just smiled and asked, "Master." Cold Plum didn't hesitate. The 2 men's expressions instantly turned ugly. "Saintess, how can you call this person master?" "Why not? It was Master who saved me from someone else's evil clutches. It was Master who helped me increase my strength. If it wasn't for Master, I would have died long ago. Why can't I call him Master?" Cold Plum said coldly. "All right, we've greeted each other. Let's go." Ling Xiao was planning to stay in the Savage Beast region's office for a while, but since they looked down on him, there was no need for him to be so thick-skinned and stay. After saying that, he turned around and left. Cold Plum and Dong Huangyu chased after him. There were many inns in the center of the Heavenly Ruins, and they were all quite well built. The 3 of them chose an inn to stay in. Then they started discussing business. "Since we've decided to form our own team, let's decide on a name first. Of course, we need to apply for the team using our sex name. Master, give us a name. It'll make it easier to apply." Cold Plum spoke first. "Do you have any requests?" Ling Xiao asked. "First of all, the sect leader's strength should be at least at the first level of the core fragmentation realm. Secondly, the sect must have at least 3 people. Thirdly, the starting capital of the sect must be at least 100 million high-grade spirit stones." Cold Plum said, "I can fulfill all 3 conditions." Ling Xiao smiled and decided to let Cold Plum be the sect master. His cultivation had clearly surpassed this requirement. As for the funds, he could provide them. After all, it was just the registration funds. "Let's not talk about the registration for now. Cold Plum, you have to promise me something. If you can't do it, then don't go with me." Ling Xiao suddenly said seriously, "Master, don't worry. I won't use my true essence unless I have no other choice." "Good that you know." Ling Xiao nodded his head. "Since that's the case, let's call this sect Cold Moon Sect. Cold Plum's Lung and Dong Huangyu's you. But Master, why isn't there a name for yourself?" Dong Huangyu asked. "What do you know? I'm an expert, so I naturally have to keep a low profile. I don't want those empty titles." Ling Xiao said with a smile. The 3 of them left their residence with a smile and walked towards the Patriarch Society's office. Although they couldn't step into the White Tower, the office was just outside, so it didn't affect them. "Eldest young master, I just received news that Feng Hu moved closer to you," Hua Tianrui's ear, and reported the news from the scout. He was talking about what Ling Xiao and the others had just discussed. "They're going to the Heaven Ruins Yu Hua Tianrui's face instantly darkened. What a bitch. I said I would help her find the eternal fruit. She didn't appreciate it, but she asked that trash to help. She didn't even see if that trash could help. Cold Plum. Oh, Cold Plum, you're injured now. Let's see how many times you can use your true essence. Eldest young master, what should we do? Feng Hua asked. Humph, I know what I'm doing. If you do this, a stupid plan began. I'm afraid that Yu Hua Tianrui doesn't know that his smart plan might harm Yuhua's spiritual sect. Of course, it would first harm his life. Ling Xiao and the other two had already arrived at the Patriarch Society's office. Compared to the Heaven Pagoda behind them, this office naturally couldn't be compared. But compared to the other buildings, it was still built with a majestic aura. Ling Xiao and the others were definitely not the only ones who signed up. There were many others. Everyone wanted a share of the loot. After all, the treasure in the prophecy was too good. The application process was relatively simple. Submit the sect member list and the name of the sect. Next, they just had to wait for the review. Cold Moon Sect was a relatively unpopular name. They thought that there wouldn't be a repeat. Who would have thought that as soon as the name was submitted, they would say no? There were repeats. Helpless. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to think of another name. So he directly said, Battle Alliance. Battle Alliance was Ling Xiao's force in the 3,000 sacred cities. It was suitable to be used here. After the registration, they just had to wait for the review. The review took a very long time because there were too many people who signed up. Ling Xiao waited for more than an hour before he arrived. Fortunately, he wasn't in a hurry to do anything else. He only needed to cultivate there. You're not qualified. You can leave. The person in charge of the review team glanced at the registration form and said casually, he didn't even look at Ling Xiao. Reason? Ling Xiao was a stubborn person. You want to chase him away without giving a reason? Impossible. If I say you're not qualified, then you're not qualified. What reason do you need? This time, the rule is that there must be 6 people to pass the review. The person in charge asked impatiently, Do you think I'm blind? Didn't the team in front also pass the review? Ling Xiao frowned. It was obvious that they were being targeted, but he wasn't sure what the reason was. Was it because of Yu Hua Tianrui, or was it because of the people from the Savage Beast region? Or was it because of Dong Huangyu or him? Bastard, how dare you suspect the Board of Patriarchs? Scram. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. That person stood up and said coldly, How impressive. Look at you, you're just another person's dog. Yu Hua Tianrui told you to do it, right? You can't represent the Board of Patriarchs. Ling Xiao asked this to see the other party's reaction. In the end, he guessed right. When this person heard the words Yu Hua Tianrui, his expression changed. You're courting death. He seemed to be angry from embarrassment and directly attacked to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would be the first to attack? He slapped that person's face, causing his face to be covered in blood. This scene stunned the surrounding people. This person was so bold. He even dared to hit the staff of the Board of Patriarchs. Who exactly was he? Just as he was thinking, a pair of people suddenly came out of the office. The person in the lead was actually at the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. He should be the boss of this office. What happened? He asked coldly. Mobile version update website. M. Chapter 4493. Greetings, Steward Jom. Seeing the people who came out of the room, the arrogant person in charge from before quickly stood up and bowed. His face took on a ghastly expression. He thought that nobody would dare to refute his decision, so it would end quietly. Nobody from the higher-ups would know. However, he did not expect these people to be so stubborn. If this matter was blown out of proportion, he would suffer. What exactly happened? Steward Zhang asked with a gloomy face. Reporting to Steward Zhang, someone is causing trouble here? The person in charge tried to complain first. Hee, how can there be such a shameless person in the Senior Statesman Society? You messed around and ruined the Senior Statesman Society's reputation, and now you're making a comeback? Didn't you say that you represent the Senior Statesman Society and can kick out whoever you want? Why are you acting so arrogant now? Ling Xiao sneered. Everyone, you've seen how unruly the Senior Statesman Society is. I'm sure that you'll be swindled by them in the end if you participate in this treasure hunt. Why don't you just disperse? Besides, the Senior Statesman Society has always been respected by everyone, which is why they can control District 9 steadily. Now, it looks like it's really disappointing. He wanted to blow this matter up. The Senior Statesman Society cared about their reputation the most. Once a large organization's reputation was ruined, it would be over. There were more than one organization that refused to obey the Senior Statesman Society. Everyone was waiting for the Senior Statesman Society to make a mistake. Little brother, let's talk nicely. If my subordinates make a mistake, I'll definitely punish them severely. Seeing that the crowd was discussing, Steward Zhang had to speak up. Greetings, Steward Zhang. It's actually not a big deal. Someone received benefits from someone else. They didn't let us participate in the competition because they said that we don't have enough people. What a joke. If I remember correctly, this team has at least one person and at most 6 people. Are you the one who set the rules for the Senior Statesman Society? Ling Xiao laughed. Is that true? Steward Zhang's face turned pale. It was not like this had never happened before, but it was done secretly. He could also turn a blind eye to it. But now, things had gotten out of hand. He had to deal with it, even if he wanted to. Young Master Tianrui asked me to do it. I really didn't receive any benefits. The person in charge was so scared that he quickly knelt on the ground. Deacon Zhang, since he has admitted it, what should we do now? Ling Xiao smiled. Don't worry. Your name list will be submitted. As long as you pass the test, you can participate. Deacon Zhang said in a clear voice, Our Board of Patriarchs will never do such a thing. Since this person has made a mistake, I will not let him off easily. Deacon Zhang, you better not be two-faced. You know who I am? Cold Plum suddenly took off her hood. Deacon Zhang's expression changed. Saintus Kai Dai, it's good that you know him. If I'm not happy, you should know what happens to a deacon like you. After Cold Plum finished speaking, she put on her hood again. Goodbye. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Deacon Zhang. He left with Dong Huangyu and Cold Plum. Deacon Zhang looked at their departing figures with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. The saintess of the Savage Beast region was powerful, but this was the chaotic sand ocean. Yu Hua divine sect was more important to the Board of Patriarchs. Moreover, his other identity was an elder of Yu Hua divine sect. Master, should we go and settle the score with Yu Hua Tianrui? Dong Huangyu said excitedly. Settle the score. Of course. But not now. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Let's wait and see. If someone thinks we're easy to bully, then he's not far from death. There aren't many people in this world who can live well after offending me. Ling Xiao. He wouldn't go so far as to barge into Yu Hua divine sect for such a small matter. After all, Yu Hua Tianrui had many experts by his side. Pulling one hair would affect the whole body. But if the other party went too far, then they couldn't blame him. At this moment, in an near Sky Sea Pavilion, 2 people were talking about something. The topic was related to Yu Hua divine sect and the heavenly ruins. Young Master Jean, I've asked. Heavenly demon, Yu Hua isn't home for the time being, but he'll be back tonight. The one who spoke was the tall and mighty savage beast race martial artist. Sorry to trouble you, Jian Hu. The one who was called Young Master Jin was also a young man. He wore a golden robe and looked very cool. Young Master, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, Jianhu would have been dead. Jianhu smiled and said, It's Jianhu's honor to serve Young Master. Then let's go to Yu Hua Divine Sect tonight. If I can get the complete soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow, I can break through again and reach the divine physique realm. The golden-robed young man revealed a happy expression. In terms of cultivation, Sister Cold Plum is 1 step ahead of me. Saintess Kai Dai inherited the power of the Saintess, so her strength will naturally increase by leaps and bounds. Jianhu said, Young Master, as long as you get the last remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow, you can also obtain the Beast Emperor's inheritance. Your strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. I wonder how Brother Long is doing. He's currently cultivating in the nest of 10,000 dragons. I hope he's fine. The golden-robed young man continued. There's also my big brother Ling Xiao. I heard he also came to the chaotic sand sea. I really hope we're fated to meet. We haven't seen each other in a long time. That's right, this person was Little Gold. He was once Ling Xiao's good brother. Ling Xiao helped him reconstruct his body and transform into the Golden Crow. He obtained the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow and the devouring demon fetus. Later on, he also went to the Savage Beast region, like Cold Plum. This time, he came to the chaotic sand sea for the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow. There was a difference between having support and not. Ling Xiao's talent was more outstanding than these people, but now Cold Plum and Little Gold's cultivation had surpassed his. They had improved by leaps and bounds. However, if Ling Xiao knew about it, he wouldn't be jealous. Instead, he would be happy. His cultivation speed was extremely fast. If he fell behind, he could quickly catch up. If his brother's cultivation was inferior to him, then they would have to encounter such a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it would be difficult to catch up or even surpass him. Soon it was night time. Yu Hua Divine Sect was brightly lit. The security was tight. According to them, even a mosquito couldn't fly in. Not to mention, the Sky Sea Pavilion was right next to it. The guards there were equally terrifying. Moreover, there were divine physique realm experts overseeing it. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to fish in troubled waters. The sect master of Yu Hua Divine Sect was currently cultivating in seclusion. Divine physique realm martial artists usually wouldn't interfere in such small matters to avoid wasting time. Now, Yu Hua Divine Sect was controlled by the Godson. The Godson was Yu Hua Tianrui's big brother. He wasn't called Young Master, so Yu Hua Tianrui was called Eldest Young Master. The Godson was more glorious than the Young Master. His status was higher and his power was greater. All of this was obtained by Heavenly Demon Yu Hua with his outstanding talent and strength. Mobile version website. Chapter 4494. Yu Hua Heavenly Demon treated his younger brother Yu Hua Tianrui pretty well, sending a divine body realm martial artist as his younger brother's guard. This person's name was Wu Tianshou. Reaching the first level of the divine body realm, he had already used up all his potential and aptitude. No matter how much he cultivated, it was useless. Therefore, Wu Tianshou pursued glory, wealth, and power. He looked like a bodyguard, but he was very free. Yu Hua Heavenly Demon himself didn't need a bodyguard. His cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Shattered Core realm. Coupled with the treasures on him, he could even fight against a first-level divine body realm martial artist. He was much stronger than his younger brother Yuhua Tianrui. Yuhua Heavenly Demon had just returned from work and saw that Yuhua Tianrui's palace was brightly lit and music could be heard from time to time. He smiled faintly. Younger brother, if you're always like this, Big Brother will also protect you forever. After saying that, he turned around and went back to his palace. Yuhua Divine Sect really made it look like a palace. The place they lived in was called the palace. Yuhua Tianrui's palace was called Tianrui Palace. At this moment, he was throwing a tantrum inside. A few dancers had already been killed, but the crazy him was still wantonly destroying things. Because the news came, his little tricks were already exposed. Ling Xiao and the rest weren't disqualified. After a long time, he stopped. His eyes were filled with viciousness. Ling Xiao? He. I can't afford to offend Yuhua, Heavenly Demon, but can I afford to offend you, a mere Ling Xiao? Cold Plum, you bitch. Now that you're arrogant with me, I'll get you on my bed sooner or later. Feng Hua, go to my big brother. Borrow someone from him. I must kill Ling Xiao. Kill that trash. Eldest young master, there's no need to trouble your godson to kill Ling Xiao. I can do it. Feng was said faintly. He was a third-level Shattered Core, realm martial artist after all. Killing Ling Xiao shouldn't be a problem. No, he took the title of godson and made me a young master who lived in a drunken stupor. I'll listen to him, but he has to do something for me. Go and borrow shadow for me. This sharp dagger should be plunged into Ling Xiao's throat. Yuhua Tianrui was actually a very understanding person. It was precisely because he understood it all too well that he was also in great pain. It was better to live a muddle-headed life. Shadow was an assassin under Heavenly Demon Yuhua. Although his strength was on par with Fire Beacon, he was an assassin. Assassins were generally stronger than martial artists of the same level. Moreover, he still had the treasure bestowed by Heavenly Demon Yuhua. He had killed a 5th-level Shattered Core warrior before, so this perfect Heavenly Core warrior should be a piece of cake for him to kill. Also, Fire Beacon, the 3 of you follow as well. If that shadow fails, you guys can attack again. I don't think this Ling Xiao is an ordinary person. To be able to gain the favor of Cold Plum, I'm afraid he's not as weak as he looks. Although Yuhua Tianrui had always called Ling Xiao a good-for-nothing, he was still a good-for-nothing. However, in his heart, he did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Understood. Fire Beacon obeyed and walked outside. Right at this moment, an extremely frightening aura suddenly appeared. No, there were 2 auras. Different from last time, there was a young man in a golden robe. Don't be afraid. We're just asking, where is Heavenly Demon Yuhua's residence? Xiao Jin asked with a smile. Over there. Once again, Fire Beacon and Yuhua Tianrui felt like they couldn't breathe. This time, no one dared to attack recklessly. Only the divine physique, Realm Wu, Tianshou stared at Xiao Jin and Sword Tiger with a cold expression. Thank you. Xiao Jin smiled and followed Sword Tiger towards Heavenly Demon Yuhua's residence. Wu Tianshou followed them as well. Wu Tianshou was a bodyguard assigned by Heavenly Demon Yuhua to Yuhua Tianrui, but he knew very well in his heart he only had one master, and that was Heavenly Demon Yuhua. Therefore, if Heavenly Demon Yuhua was in danger, he naturally had to help. These 2 men are so terrifying. That tall and mighty beast warrior is already terrifying enough. That young man in the golden robe gives off an even scarier feeling just by standing there. He looks like he's in hell. Can you tell how strong they are? Yuhua Tianrui asked. The difference in strength between him and those 2 was too great, so he couldn't sense it. That tall young man is probably already at the 9th level of the Shattered Core realm. His strength is on par with the godson. As for that young man in the golden robe, to be honest, I can't see through him. A ninth-level Shattered Core realm martial artist shook his head and said, it feels like his strength is only around the first level of the Shattered Core realm. But that's not right, because the first level of the Shattered Core realm doesn't have such a terrifying aura. Even I feel trembling. Forget it. We can't afford to offend such a person. Yu Hua Tianrui simply waved his hand and said, let my big brother handle this troublesome matter. He's the godson. At the same time, Xiao Jin and Sword Tiger had already met Heavenly Demon Yu Hua. In the room, there were only Heavenly Demon Yu Hua, Wu Qianshou, Xiao Jin, and Sword Tiger. Heavenly Demon Yu Hua was like his name. He had an evil demonic aura. He exuded a domineering aura from head to toe. It was no wonder that Yu Hua Divine Sect's godson was him, and not the second or third brother. We don't seem to know each other, right? Heavenly Demon Yu Hua could be considered bold. He actually let in an expert that he didn't know. Don't we know each other now? Moreover, in a transaction, what matters is goods and money. It doesn't matter if we know each other or not, right? Xiao Jin smiled. Transaction? Heavenly Demon Yu Hua smiled and said, I like transactions. Tell me, what do you want? Godson is indeed a straightforward person. Xiao Jin smiled and said, Godson, you should have been to the Heaven Ruins more than once, right? We noticed that in the prophecy, the remnant soul of the Netherworld Golden Crow appeared. What we want to buy is the information. Is the remnant soul of the Netherworld Golden Crow inside? If it is, sell the coordinates to us. Godson, you can name a price, as long as the price is right. Heavenly Demon Yu Hua smiled and said, of course I've seen it. It's just that the Netherworld Golden Crow is surrounded by terrifying Netherworld Golden Light. Ordinary people can't get close at all. So no one has gotten it after a few times. If you can give me a satisfactory price, I don't mind telling you. The 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow might be useful to many people, but to Heavenly Demon Yu Hua, it was useless. A piece of information could be exchanged for a generous sum of money, so why wouldn't he do it? Moreover, the two people opposite him didn't look old, but their strength couldn't be underestimated. They definitely had an extremely deep background. He didn't want to offend them. The reason why Yu Hua Divine Sect could stand for so long was because they were careful. Godson, please name a price. Xiao Jin smiled and said. Heavenly Demon Yu Hua smiled and said, how about this? My request isn't too much. Either you give me a Saint Class 9th level cultivation technique, or you give me a 9 Dragon Mark Emperor weapon. You can choose. Kid, you're asking for too much. To be honest, we only came to you for convenience's sake. If you don't know what's good for you, we'll find it ourselves. Jianhu sneered. Chapter 4495. Peak Emperor Tier Cultivation Technique. Or an Emperor Tier weapon without dragon patterns. That's our limit. Xiao Jin said calmly. That was a ruthless bargain. Hee, an Emperor Tier weapon with 1 dragon pattern. Yu Hua Heavenly Demon laughed. Deal. Xiao Jin stood up and said, I'll prepare the things as soon as possible. I hope my godson can prepare the map. By the way, I don't like being lied to. If my godson thinks I'm easy to bully and makes a fake map, I don't mind making Yu Hua Sect disappear from the chaotic sand ocean. With that, Xiao Jin and Jianhu turned and left. They came and left mysteriously. Seeing the two of them leave, Wu Qianshou grinned. Godson, do you want me to kill those two? Forget it. These two people have extremely deep backgrounds. Try not to provoke them if you can. Heavenly Demon, Yu Hua said with a faint smile. But they threatened you, Wu Qianshou said again. There are many people who threaten me. How can I kill them all? Yu Hua Heavenly Demon said, Go and protect my second brother. They want to kill me. Do you think Yuhua Heavenly Demon, will be scared? Yes. Wu Tianshou left. It made sense. In the chaotic sand ocean, other than the Beast God Alliance, no one dared to touch Yuhua sect. After all, Yuhua sect was the local tyrant. Except for Yuhua sect. Jianhu laughed. Young Master Jin, are you really going to give that dog an Emperor-tier weapon? Even without dragon patterns, an Emperor-tier weapon is still very precious. We don't even have that many. The most important thing is to be honest. Since we agreed, we can't go back on our words. But whether he can live to enjoy it is still unknown. Xiao Jin smiled. An Emperor-tier weapon in exchange for the 9 Serenity Yellow Springs Golden Crow is still a good deal for me. That's true. Jianhu scratched his head. As long as we get the exact coordinates, with our strength, getting the 9 Serenity Yellow Springs Golden Crow is a certainty. Don't underestimate the geniuses of the chaotic sand ocean. Xiao Jin reminded, arrogance will only lead to your death. If we can find the boss, that'll be great. With him, we have full confidence. Boss, is it the Ling Xiao that young master has been talking about? Jianhu asked, is he really that strong? Why have I never heard of it? Logically speaking, I've heard of all the amazing youngsters in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You'll know when you see him. Xiao Jin smiled and said, anyways, I hate teaming up with those guys from the Savage Beast region. None of them are capable, but they are trying their best to ostracize me and Big Sister Cold Plum. Young Lord is right. Sword Tiger smiled and said, then I look forward to being able to team up with the boss you speak of. In truth, Jianhu wasn't really convinced of this. He understood young Master Jin's ability and talent. This Ling Xiao is actually more outstanding than young Master Jin. Is this possible? No matter what, he had to see it. Seeing was believing. As they spoke, the 2 of them entered the inn. Originally, with their statuses, it wouldn't be a problem for them to live in the Savage Beast Realm's office. It's just that I don't get along with those people. So I came here to hide and relax. Naturally, Ling Xiao did not know that Xiao Jin had come to the chaotic desert. At this moment, they had already arrived at their residence. Wait a moment. The 3 of them sensed a dangerous aura at the same time. In the next moment, their surroundings turned completely dark. The 3 of them felt as if they had been sucked into a black hole. Ling Xiao's face darkened. This aura was extremely similar to the cultivators from Yuhua Divine Sect. He hadn't caused trouble for Yuhua Divine Sect yet, but they actually sent an assassin. The 2 of you don't have to do anything. I'll do it. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed killing intent. Not only was it targeted at the assassin this time, but it was also targeted at Yuhua Tianrui. It was obvious that this assassin was related to Yuhua Tianrui. The black shadow covered the entire world. Even the eyes of a cultivator couldn't see anything. It was simply pitch black. This was some kind of secret technique. The secret technique that assassins liked to use the most. Hee, so exciting, Master. Not only was Dong Huangyu not afraid, she even laughed excitedly. Little girl, you're quite capable. Ling Xiao noticed that the moment Dong Huangyu was enveloped in darkness, her body was surrounded by water vapor. This water vapor seemed to have eyes. As long as someone approached, it would immediately report to its master and counterattack. Ling Xiao relied on the Tai Chi Eye, but Dong Huangyu also had a special method. Cold Plum, don't do anything. Ling Xiao swung his hand and put Cold Plum into the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. Cold Plum couldn't use her true essence. Otherwise, she could easily kill such an assassin alone. Master, this Yuhua Tianrui is really stupid. If he wants to kill an assassin, he should just send a divine body realm cultivator. Sending a 3rd-level core shattering realm cultivator is really boring. Dong Huangyu said it casually, but in a one-on-one battle, She was definitely not a match for a third-level core shattering realm cultivator. However, with her master, she believed that her master would have a way. The two of them didn't lean against each other, but were about 10 meters away. This was also the largest range of Dong Huangyu's water vapor. This way, no matter which side the other party attacked, the other person could help. He's here. In Ling Zhao's eyes, a man in black suddenly appeared in the darkness like a ghost. His body blended perfectly with the surrounding darkness. This darkness became his perfect cover. If not for the Tai Chi, Ling Zhao really didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. This person held a dagger in his hand. The dagger was even black without any light. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. The dagger directly pierced toward Ling Zhao's dantian. It seemed like the other party wanted to kill him in one strike. Flight light. Ling Zhao didn't make a move at first. Instead, he pretended not to see the other party. He lured the other party to attack. When he was about 3 meters away, he suddenly drew his sword. A sword light pierced through the air. It instantly stabbed the assassin. Under normal circumstances, if one didn't predict the sword move in advance, it was basically impossible to avoid the flight light sword move. This assassin was no exception. He was stabbed by the sword light. He turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. The next moment, he reappeared. Good lad, you can actually see me in my shadow space, but it's only interesting this way. If I killed you so easily, how boring would that be? The assassin stood in the air and laughed in disdain. The man was very short, only about 1 meter tall. It was because of this that he was even more dangerous as an assassin. Dwarf. Dwarves were a race. The people in that race were all short, and the tallest among them wouldn't exceed 2 meters. They were proficient in assassination and were the most terrifying assassins. A long-winded assassin will always be the assassin who dies the fastest. Ling Zhao saw the other party and could determine that the other party was at the 3rd level of the Shattered Core realm. He instantly entered the unbounded Heavenly Rat Beast soul transformation. However, he didn't release the Tyrant Heaven's martial soul. Such an opponent was very challenging for him. He might not be able to kill the other party alone, but with Dong Huangyu around, the situation was different. Chapter 4496. You are really as arrogant as he said. Since that's the case, there's no need to continue playing. You can die now. Let me tell you, my name is Ning. Don't forget it after you die. Ning revealed a sinister smile and disappeared into the darkness again. Stupid guy, don't you know that Yu Hua Tianrui is here to send you to your death? You are only at the 3rd level of the Shattered Core realm, and you dare to kill me? Don't you know that I killed the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang? Ling Zhao used his Tai Chi eye to capture the other party's location, and continued to use words to confuse the other party. What? As expected, the other party was disturbed. His figure was exposed. Kill. This voice came from Dong Huangyu. The water vapor suddenly turned into a sharp blade and pierced toward Ning. Whether it was the angle or the speed, it was very tricky. Ning couldn't dodge in time and could only wave his dagger to block. Assassins usually worshipped the strongest killing power and neglected the cultivation of the physical body. Hence, he couldn't let any attack land on him. Whether it was Ling Zhao or Dong Huangyu, they both had the ability to hurt him. However, when the defense started, he had already lost. After blocking Dong Huangyu's attack, Ling Zhao's attack had already arrived. Compared to Dong Huangyu, it was faster, more terrifying, and more tricky. Damn it! Ning didn't expect that his small mistake would cause him to fall into their joint attack. Although the continuous attacks didn't hurt him for the time being, he couldn't find a chance to counterattack. That feeling was very depressing. I shouldn't have talked nonsense. And Ing regretted it. As an assassin, if he could avoid talking nonsense, he would try his best not to. He should just kill. But he really talked too much nonsense and made the most stupid mistake. Damn it. Do the two of you think you can deal with me like this? Today, I will definitely kill you. You dare to snatch the young master's woman? You are courting death. An Ing roared. Ling Xiao did not waste his breath, continuing to launch attacks without stopping, although he had never cooperated with Dong Huangyu before. But maybe because they were master and disciple, they had incomparable tacit understanding. They didn't even need to talk. They just needed to attack. If you have the ability, then fight me one-on-one. How can you let a woman help you? Shadow retreated as he fought. His strength was sufficient to ensure that he wouldn't be injured under the attacks of Ling Xiao and Dong Huangyu. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He still didn't say anything. He was well aware of the other party's strategy. It was nothing more than to make him angry and lose his cool. Once he lost his cool, there would be problems with their cooperation, and the other party would start their counterattack. The three of them fought in the dark shadows. No one noticed that the bloodthirsty aura in the air had been released. Ling Xiao released the bloodthirsty plague. No matter what he said, this shadow was a strong opponent. The bloodthirsty plague was the safest method. It could weaken the opponent unknowingly. The battle between the three of them changed from the sky to the ground, but he still couldn't leave this space. It could be seen that Umbra's space was quite powerful. During the battle, Ling Xiao also paid attention to his obedient disciple, Dong Huangyu. This little lass Dong Huangyu was even more impressive than he had imagined. Her martial soul was actually a jellyfish. It didn't sound like much, but she could use water and lightning at the same time. At this moment, her body was enveloped by water vapor, and there were electric currents flowing in the water vapor. The fusion of electricity and water formed a terrifying corrosive power. This little lass's talent is really shocking. Ling Xiao felt more and more surprised as he watched. He felt very proud that he had once taken this little lass as his disciple. He had originally thought that if Dong Huangyu couldn't hold on, he could just use the great demon king once. No matter what, he couldn't let his obedient disciple get injured. But honestly speaking, he was also feeling very depressed now. After coming to the chaotic sand sea, the cultivators here were all stronger than the previous. He couldn't be as carefree as he was in the 3,000 holy cities. He really didn't want to use the great demon king so easily. Hence, he needed to increase his strength faster. While thinking about this, Ling Xiao didn't stop his attacks. The three of them fought until the sky turned dark. Although Umbra was clearly suppressed, he wasn't injured at all. If this continued, they might be the ones to lose in the end. I can't let this continue. Umbra frowned. He had hoped that the two of them would make a mistake so that he could find an opportunity. But now, it seemed that it was impossible for them to make a mistake. He could only fight for it himself. Umbra clone. At the next moment, Umbra coldly snorted, and his body actually split into three. One of them attacked Ling Xiao, while the other two attacked Dong Huangyu. Clearly, Umbra's goal was very clear. He wanted to kill Dong Huangyu first before going all out to deal with Ling Xiao. He used clones to deal with Ling Xiao and not his main body. But his combat strength was 90% of his main body's. He wasn't easy to deal with. Peak Emperor tier martial technique. Ling Xiao frowned and glanced at Dong Huangyu. Facing Umbra's all-out attacks, Dong Huangyu was already suppressed. You want to stop me? Dream on. Naked blood. With the Dong Sheng god demon sword in hand and the unbounded heavenly rat in his beast soul transformation state, coupled with the terrifying naked blood sword technique, a sword flew out. A huge sword chi turned blood red and even tore apart the darkness. The attack landed on the clone. The clone's strength was absorbed by Ling Xiao. It was very difficult for Ling Xiao to kill Umbra's main body, but it wasn't a problem to deal with a clone. At the same time, Dong Huangyu was in a passive situation. She actually used a terrifying divine technique. The huge jellyfish transformed into a fairy-like beauty and appeared behind her. A palm struck out. It actually caused Umbra to feel fear. He hurriedly used his clone to block it. In the end, the other clone was also destroyed into pieces. You are really tenacious. Umbra really didn't expect that his clone would be destroyed by Lin Fan, even though he had already used it. Although Dong Huangyu looked like she was panting and her true essence had reached its limit, Lin Fan didn't seem to be affected by it at all. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to be exhausted at all. How troublesome! Disciple, open your mouth. Ling Xiao shouted. Dong Huangyu obediently opened her mouth. A pill was shot directly into her cherry mouth. It instantly melted. The medicinal effect spread throughout her body. More than half of the true essence she had lost was instantly recovered. What a magical pill! Dong Huangyu was incomparably excited. She was now increasingly aware that even if her cultivation had surpassed her master's, her overall strength was still far inferior to his. Her master was her master. Different meant the same. Umbra's expression became increasingly unsightly. It wasn't easy for him to weaken Dong Huangyu. He didn't expect that a single pill would allow her to recover. How troublesome. It's time to end this. They had already fought for a total of 10 minutes. The bloodthirsty plague also lasted for 10 minutes. Ling Xiao felt that it was time to end the battle. Disciple, don't attack first. Let me do it. I will find a chance to end him. Ling Xiao suddenly pounced towards Umbra alone. You are simply courting death. Umbra was overjoyed. If the two of them continued to work together, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Come and read M. Chapter 4497. Idiot, you dare to deal with me alone. You really don't know how to write the word death. Shadow looked at Ling Xiao excitedly. Facing Ling Xiao alone, he had absolute confidence in winning. Shadow sneered. His body became thinner and thinner. In the darkness, it looked like a pitch-black dagger. Most of his body had turned into darkness and merged with the surrounding space. Only that dagger released a dense killing intent. Kill! A cold voice suddenly sounded. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He knew that he was no match for the other party, but he still wanted to fight alone, because he wanted to break through. With his current strength, it was impossible to gain an advantage in the ruins of heaven. If the great Devil King's trump card was stopped, he would completely lose his life. So, he had to become stronger. He didn't dodge. He didn't retreat. Since he wanted to fight head-on, he would never retreat. Fist of the Demon God. His body bloomed with black and white light. It condensed into a huge fist mark. It blasted towards Shadow, who was rushing over. Disciple, remember, don't casually make a move. Use your strongest move to find an opportunity to kill him in one blow. Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice. At the same time, the fist of the demon god and the sharp dagger collided in the air. The stalemate lasted for a moment. The fist mark was torn apart by the dagger. Then it collapsed. Ling Xiao's expression didn't change. He didn't expect the fist of the demon god to be able to stop the other party. It was enough to delay the time. Void-shattering finger. A terrifying aura instantly bloomed from Ling Xiao's body. Behind him, a huge shadow of the sun god appeared. That wasn't a martial spirit. That was the sun god who truly controlled slaughter and space. The most terrifying god in the era of the black Tortoise Continent's descendant king. At that moment, the space between heaven and earth seemed to be in chaos. A finger count. It was as if the sun god had the power to tear the void. Passing through layers of space, it actually shattered the terrifying dagger. It stabbed towards Shadow's body. That terrifying power caused Aning to feel extremely threatened. The power of the void-shattering finger could actually affect space. Ling Xiao finally practiced this move to the second level, shattering the void. After reaching this level, the effect of the void-shattering finger had completely changed. In the past, the void-shattering finger was at most equivalent to a beam of light and could only attack the opponent by surprise. But now, the void-shattering finger had the ability to shatter the void. Just now, it was not a direct attack that destroyed the dagger. Instead, it shattered the space where the dagger was. The dagger naturally shattered. Aning could feel the terror of this finger. He desperately urged his true essence to resist. He did not expect Ling Xiao's attack to be so powerful that it could make him feel the threat of death. Damn it! How dare a piece of trash like you hurt me? With a furious roar, Aning clasped his hands together, and a terrifying sword chi burst out. It collided with the power of the void-shattering finger. However, at this moment, the space shattered. The sword chi shattered. Aning cried out in shock. After desperately trying to block the attack a few times, his body was still pierced through by the void-shattering finger. He was sent flying. As a result, the dark shadow space shattered. This exposed the battle between the three of them. The long street was already in a mess. This was originally an inn, so there were quite a few people staying here. The earth-shattering battle outside attracted many people to come out and watch. There were not many battles in the center of heaven. Every time it appeared, it would attract countless people to watch excitedly. This time was no exception. The advancement of the void-shattering finger and injuring Aning could be considered an accident. It was an accident that Ling Xiao did not expect. He could only say that he was too lucky. However, although Aning was injured, he did not die. The injury instead aroused his ferocious nature, causing him to become incomparably violent. It's not time yet. Dong Huangyu wanted to follow up with another attack, but she was stopped by Ling Xiao. His Tai Chi eye could accurately capture An Ying's vitality. At this moment, although Aning was injured, it was not a big problem. If he attacked now, he would not be able to succeed in one strike. However, Ling Xiao still followed up with another attack. Countless fists of gods and demons came crashing down from the sky. Countless fists crazily smashed on the ground. Like raindrops, the crowd saw a shocking scene. The midget assassin's body was constantly bouncing up and down from the fists. The scene was quite shocking. Isn't that an Ing? Yes, he is an assassin from Yuhua Divine Sect. There is actually someone who dares to fight with an assassin from Yuhua Divine Sect here. How courageous. And he seems to have the upper hand. Upper hand? Bullshit. Aning has not even released his martial soul. Yes, his martial soul is too terrifying. The endless fists of gods and demons ended. An Ying's body was bleeding profusely. However, this crazy guy still managed to stand up. One had to admit that this guy was really tenacious. The most terrifying thing was that his body was actually rapidly growing. Strange long hair grew out from his body. Sharp claws grew out from both of his hands. The face of a thunder god, the mouth of a monkey, a gorilla? Ling Xiao was stunned. An Ying's body released a terrifying wild aura. That huge body of about 10 meters tall showed the terrifying power contained in his body. This should be his martial soul transformation. Ling Xiao thought. He was not from the beast race, but his combat strength was not inferior to the beast race. Unexpectedly, kid, you should be proud. You actually made me use my martial soul transformation. I have not used this martial soul transformation for 10 years because most of my enemies are unable to escape from my pursuit. You are not bad. You are really not bad." Aning laughed wildly as a dark energy was released into the surroundings. The frenzied power sealed off the area within 100 meters. This guy clearly did not intend to let Ling Xiao and Dong Huangyu escape. "Master, let me do it." Cold Plum had been watching from the Dong Sheng Emperor Ring. At this moment, she finally felt the danger and felt that she had to make a move. "Stay here obediently. Don't think that you can look down on Master just because your cultivation is stronger than his. There is no need for you to deal with such a weakling." Ling Xiao smiled. The strength of his opponent made him incomparably excited. He felt that he was a little crazy now. When encountering danger, the first thing that came to his mind was not fear, but excitement. Incomparable excitement. "Master, I have a way to kill him, but I need him to be immobile, and it's best if he suffers more injuries. Otherwise, it will be troublesome." Dong Huangyu said. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't expect this last to have such a trump card. It seemed that she really had many tricks up her sleeve after following him. This is simple. Even if he couldn't defeat Aning, Ling Xiao could still suppress Aning for a while. "Who are these two young men?" "I don't know them, but I am sure that they are dead for sure. Aning never misses when he makes a move. And this time, he even used his martial soul transformation. These two young men are really powerful. They are actually not afraid in such a situation," everyone exclaimed in surprise. They felt that coming out today was worth it as they could see an exciting battle. Ling Xiao floated up. The power of the Tyrant Heaven martial soul was released. His eyes suddenly became deep like a black hole containing the endless power of the universe. Chapter 4498. Ling Xiao floated in the air. The wings of the unbounded, heavenly rat spread out. He looked at the giant chimpanzee coldly. "Ah!" Shadow suddenly roared and smashed his fists on the ground. In an instant, the ground within 100 meters collapsed. Countless warriors fell into it. Everyone was dumbfounded by the terrifying destructive power. The fear in their hearts grew stronger. Ling Xiao looked at this scene indifferently. He held the Dong Sheng demon god sword in his hand. The shadows of 9 giant beasts appeared behind him. The 9th level of the 12 divine beasts technique. This was the most powerful martial technique he could use now. As the shadows of the giant beasts appeared, a strong wind blew around him. Unnecessary elements wreaked havoc in the air. The 9th level of the 12 divine beasts technique. As his cold voice sounded, the 9 giant beasts roared ferociously at the same time. Then they turned into a force and blasted towards shadow below like a falling meteor. "You want to suppress me with this?" Aning revealed a cruel smile. Although Ling Xiao's move was powerful, it was not as strange as the void-shattering finger. So he was not afraid. A crazy roar came from his mouth. The sound spread out in all directions, and all the buildings within 100 meters exploded with a bang. Many warriors were bleeding from their 7 orifices because they were not strong enough. They fled frantically. At this moment, the power of the 9th level of the 12 divine beasts technique had already blasted down. It collided with the roaring force. Inch by inch. "It's useless. Your attack can't hurt me at all." Shadow bent his legs as if he was going to jump up and attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He took out an imperial jade seal. On the imperial jade seal, 2 fierce tigers shone with a pure white luster. The dragon pattern on it was particularly eye-catching. This was Ling Xiao's real killing move. The Emperor weapon had a strong suppressive effect on warriors below the divine physique realm. Shadow was only a third stage core fragmentation realm warrior. He definitely could not block it. When the chimpanzee formed by Shadow was about to shatter the power of the 9th level of the 12 Divine Beasts technique, the Twin Tiger Divine Seal was activated. A giant divine seal appeared in the sky. White light instantly filled the sky. Many people could no longer see clearly. He activated his Jun Yuan and controlled it with his soul power. The divine seal suddenly became even bigger, like a millstone that covered the sky. It had a radius of about 10 meters and could completely cover the dark shadow. Roar. The roar of a ferocious tiger could be heard. 2 white lights were released from the divine seal and rushed towards the dark shadow. The roar reverberated throughout the night, waking up countless martial artists. Monarch armament. And it even has a dragon tattoo. Isn't that the Twin Tiger Divine Seal? Could it be that the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang was killed by him? The crowd was startled. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal was an Emperor armament that people were quite familiar with. After all, the Twin Tiger Gang's leader often used it. Many people's eyes were filled with greed. It was an Emperor weapon. It was rumored to be a treasure for divine body realm martial artists. Although divine core warriors could use it, they wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of the Emperor weapon. Kill. Ling Xiao roared. 2 ferocious tigers were madly biting at Shadow. Aning had no choice but to resist with all his might. His hopes of counterattacking were dashed once again. Damn it! How can you have an Emperor armament? How is this possible? Shadow was scared. Ling Xiao without an Emperor armament was already terrifying enough. With an Emperor armament, wouldn't he be even more terrifying? But can you kill me? You're still not strong enough. You can't unleash the true power of the Emperor armament. Shadow gritted his teeth. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. As long as he could survive this attack, victory would be his. Do you think you'll win as long as you can survive this attack? The question is, can you survive this attack? A grin emerged on Ling Xiao's face. The potential in his body was crazily unleashed. The energy in his cultivation ocean was constantly increasing. Before this, it was only 50%. After coming to the chaotic desert, after going through a few battles, his energy had increased to 60%. And now, in just a short period of time, his energy had increased by another 10%. It was now 70%. Furthermore, this power was still increasing. The more energy Ling Xiao released, the more control he had over the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. The bodies of the 2 ferocious tigers were becoming bigger and bigger. The pressure on Shadow was increasing as well. At this moment, Shadow suddenly discovered a terrifying matter. He had unknowingly lost a lot of his true origin. Even a lot of his essence blood had been absorbed. Something seemed to be crawling in his body. Bastard, what did you do? Shadow said angrily. Haha, you only realized it now? What a slow-witted idiot. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Now you know fear, right? Unfortunately, it's too late. Crack. Ah. Shadow cried out in pain as blood flowed out of his palm. Damn it. One wrong step, and all the steps were wrong. If he had known this would happen, he would have used more despicable means to assassinate Ling Xiao. It wouldn't happen again. Unfortunately, it was all too late now. I can't accept this. You think you're the only ones with Emperor armaments? Shadow had no choice but to take out the item that he had been unwilling to take out. It was a black dagger. The moment he took it out, his eyes flashed with viciousness. First, he used the dagger to stab himself in the chest. Then he flew out. Ling Xiao wanted to dodge, but the dagger was too fast. It stabbed into his heart in an instant. At the same time, the dagger released a terrifying curse energy. His body couldn't move at all. Another Emperor armament, and its Emperor armament, demon curse dagger. If you want to attack the enemy, you have to hurt yourself first. No wonder Umber waited until now to use it. There were still people in the crowd who knew what was good for them. Ha 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 ha, die die. Shadow thought that he had killed Ling Xiao and laughed wildly. You dare to hurt my master? I'll kill you. Dong Huangyu's voice suddenly rang out. Shadow didn't think much of it, but suddenly he felt that he couldn't move at all. What? He was shocked to find that Dong Huangyu was holding a mirror in her hand. The mirror's light covered him, and he couldn't move at all. Not only that, the mirror released a terrifying heat as if it wanted to melt him. 2 dragon patterns Emperor armament. Who is this woman? How can she have such a terrifying Emperor armament? Everyone was stunned. It was rare to see Emperor armaments, but today they actually saw 3 of them. Little girl, your Emperor armament is really terrifying. It's a pity that your cultivation is too weak. You won't be able to kill me. Shadow's body was still struggling. Gradually, he was able to move. The mirror's deterrence power was decreasing. Dong Huangyu's expression was cold, and she had no intention of retreating. In this world, her family didn't treat her as well as her master did. She couldn't watch her master die. I'll definitely kill you. Definitely. Dong Huangyu bit her teeth, and her blood dripped onto the mirror. The light actually turned blood red. Chapter 44, 99. What? Aning exclaimed in surprise. The blood-red light caused the might of the mirror to become even more terrifying. Aning felt that his body was rapidly melting. If he didn't think of a solution now, he would be dead for sure after his body melted. Right now, he was at the shattered core realm. His dantian automatically split and returned to his body. Once his body was destroyed, his dantian would definitely be destroyed as well. The remaining inner core would definitely be destroyed. As for Dong Huangyu, because she used too much strength, her face turned pale. However, the terrifying might of the mirror made Feng Hua and the other 2, who were hiding in the dark, not dare to make a move. If Dong Huangyu shone the mirror at them, they would definitely die even faster. They didn't have an Ying's ability. Curse Demon Dagger, come back! Aning originally wanted to wait for Dong Huangyu to exhaust her true essence. That way, he would naturally be able to win. But now, it seemed that he didn't have the time. He gritted his teeth. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao was dead or not, he had to use the cursed demon dagger again. Swish! A black dagger pierced through the air. Aning sneered. Little girl, you can die too. He stretched out his hand and caught the cursed demon dagger. He didn't sense anything wrong. At this moment, almost everyone thought that Ling Xiao was dead. Ling Xiao didn't move at all. If he wasn't dead, how could there be no reaction? Aning stabbed the cursed demon dagger into his own heart. He endured the intense pain, but at that moment, his expression changed drastically. This dagger! Ah! A shrill scream came out from Shadow's mouth. He discovered in horror that the Emperor weapon that he spent so much effort to imprint his soul mark on no longer belonged to him. The dagger released a terrifying curse power. He kept tormenting Aning, making him wish he was dead. How is it? It feels good to be tortured by your own treasure, right? For the dead Ling Xiao, Aning slowly stood up. Disciple, take your treasure. Ling Xiao flashed and appeared beside Dong Huangyu. It's been hard on you. If not for your treasure, I wouldn't have the time to take his cursed demon dagger. Master, you're not dead. That's great. After saying this, Dong Huangyu fainted. He wasn't injured, but he had used up too much energy. Ling Xiao fed a healing pill to Dong Huangyu, before keeping her into his Dong Sheng Emperor ring. Cold Plum, take care of her for me, Ling Xiao warned before turning to look at an Ing. At this time, Shadow was still suffering in pain. Now, it's time for you to pay for everything you've done. Ling Xiao was very angry now, but at the same time, he was in a good mood. The cursed demon dagger pierced his heart, tormented by the curse. This allowed his celestial devil black tortoise physique to break through to high-level 10th Order Emperor realm. Not only that, but his cultivation had also broken through at that moment. In order to expel the power of the curse, the potential in his body was released crazily. At the same time the curse was expelled, it also allowed his cultivation level to rise to the extreme realm of core. In other words, he was a 9th divine core warrior. Right now, he could feel that his body was filled with surging energy. Powerful, extremely powerful. Even without using any treasures, he could still kill an Ing. You can't kill me. I'm an Ing. I'm from Jade Flower, Divine Sect. Finally, an Ing felt panic. The cursed demon dagger was taken away from him, and its power was even greater than when he unleashed it. He didn't understand why this was happening, but he was sure that he was in trouble now. Ling Xiao, stop. Right at this moment, Feng Hua, Zhang Mao, and Li Jian finally stood out. Oh, it's the three of you. Quick, kill him. When Aning saw the three men, he immediately saw hope. He immediately shouted out in joy. Stop? If I stop just because you asked me to, what kind of person would I, Ling Xiao, be? Ling Xiao sneered. He continued walking towards Aning. His steps were slow. Every step he took was torture for Aning. The shadow of death kept growing in his body. You're courting death. Let's attack together. Ling Xiao didn't give them any face at all. Feng, who was instantly enraged. The three of them jumped up together and charged towards Ling Xiao to save Aning, but more importantly, to get the treasures. At a certain moment, Ling Xiao suddenly turned around. There was a mocking look in his eyes. I'll send the three of you to hell first. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared. Chi, a sword light bloomed. Li Dian's dantian was pierced. Ling Zhao's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the core realm, and he had even activated the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. How could these three men be his match? Something's wrong. Feng Hua exclaimed when he noticed that Ling Zhao's strength had become much stronger than before. But it was too late. Escape light. The sword light pierced through the night sky again. The onlookers didn't see how Ling Xiao attacked. They only saw Zhang Mao's corpse falling from the sky. When it landed on the ground, it was already dead. Feng Hua turned around and ran. Running now? Can you run? Void-shattering finger. Ling Xiao sneered and pointed his finger. The space where Feng Hua was twisted and torn apart. Even Feng Hua himself was turned into fragments in the void. In the blink of an eye, 3 people were killed. The crowd was stunned. Was this still the person who was suppressed by Aning? Could it be that he had a breakthrough in cultivation during the battle? An Ing had been watching the battle between Ling Xiao and Feng Hua and the other 2. He was so eager for Ling Xiao to be killed. The current him had to resist the power of the curse. He couldn't escape at all. But reality was too cruel for him. Feng Hua, Zhang Mao, and Li Jian were all killed in an instant. His hope was also shattered at that moment. You have company on the road of death. Ling Zhao's mouth bloomed into a bright smile. He punched. At this moment, Aning was extremely weak. The god's fist was enough to send him to the afterlife. After the huge body was hit, it shattered. Even his inner core was completely shattered. Dead. Many people looked at this scene and couldn't believe that it was real. Aning, Feng Hua, Zhang Mao, Li Jian. No matter which one, They were all very famous people in the Heaven Hall district. With Yu Hua Divine sect backing them up, they were able to do whatever they wanted and did a lot of terrible things. But no one dared to cause trouble for them. Today, they're all dead. Is my disciple, all right? After killing the enemies, he absorbed their true qi. Ling Xiao felt that his cultivation sea's energy had increased by a lot. After crossing that threshold, it was relatively easy to improve. She slept very well. She's fine, Cold Plum said. But since you killed these 4 people, Yu Hua Divine sect definitely won't let this go. Scared of them? Ling Xiao coldly laughed. I didn't want to mess with them at first. I just thought it was too troublesome. Do they really think I'm scared of them? Sure enough, he still needs to fight to improve faster. If he didn't dare to offend people all the time, he wouldn't have improved so much. Although it was dangerous, he got another treasure today. Chapter 4500. Although the cursed demon dagger required self-harm to hurt the enemy, it was not a problem for Ling Xiao at all. His physical body recovered extremely quickly, and he also had a large number of healing pills. When he wanted to use them, he could naturally use them. Now, not counting the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword, he already had 3 Emperor weapons. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal, with 1 dragon pattern, the Cursed Demon Dagger, with 2 dragon patterns, and the 9 Revolutions Gourd. He did not use the 9 Revolutions Gourd in the battle today because he did not want to expose too much. Anyway, it was fine as long as it was enough to kill the enemy. Do you really want the Emperor weapons? Sensing the greed in the eyes of the surrounding people, Ling Xiao laughed contemptuously. The crowd was indeed greedy for the Emperor weapons on Ling Xiao. That was 2 of them. Of course, they did not know that Ling Xiao had the 9 Revolutions Gourd. Together with the girl's mirror, there were 3 of them. They had never seen so many Emperor weapons before. What are you afraid of? He's already very weak. That's right. I don't believe that he's fine after killing Aning. He's definitely putting on an act. 3 Emperor weapons. As long as we get them, we can all become experts. Kill him. The chaotic sand ocean never lacked desperados. In other words, most of the people who came to the chaotic sand ocean were desperados. They would not become afraid just because of a few threatening words. Sometimes greed was much stronger than fear. Thousands of people rushed towards Ling Xiao, trying to outdo each other. Ling Xiao looked at these people with contempt. The strongest among them was only at the 2nd level of the Shattered Core realm. They really did not know what death was. Sometimes, it's very difficult to live. It's very easy to die. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He used the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. Because of the breakthrough in his cultivation, the power and range of the Twin Tiger Divine Seal had increased. In an instant, it covered an area of 100 meters. Kill. Following Ling Xiao's angry roar, the 2 tigers pounced into the crowd. In an instant, thousands of people died, tragically. Only those who hid in place out of fear and didn't make a move survived. They knelt on the ground in horror. I told you not to provoke him. Ling Xiao looked at those people with disdain. The corpses on the ground all became his nourishment. Their true essences all poured into Ling Xiao's body. It's far from enough. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of Yu Hua Divine Sect. Initially, he didn't want to cause trouble at Yu Hua Divine Religion, but the other party insisted on forcing him. Since that was the case, he would wash Yu Hua Celestial Sect in blood. Who cares if he's a young master? Kill him all. What he needed now was strength. After this battle, he realized that he was not strong enough. He did not even have the ability to protect his disciple. He even forced his disciple to use a killing move that he should not have used. As a result, he was still unconscious. Master, don't be rash. Even though most of the divine physique echelon martial artists in the Jade Flower divine cult are in seclusion, they are still in seclusion. But there was still Wu Tianshou. This one is heavenly demon Yu Hua. He possesses an extremely terrifying treasure that can also allow his strength to reach the first level of the divine physique echelon. Cold Plum hurriedly said, "Don't worry, your master won't die. You guys just rest assured and stay inside to recuperate." Ling Xiao chuckled as he released his flying puppet and flew towards the direction of Yu Hua sect. "Impossible. And Ying is dead. Feng Hua and the others are also dead." Hearing this news, Yu Hua Tianrui suddenly felt a wave of fear in his heart. Did Cold Plum make a move? He asked. It's said that Ling Xiao killed them all by himself. Cold Plum did not make a move, but Dong Huangyu helped. The person replied. Impossible. What kind of joke is this? A very panicked smile appeared on Yu Hua Tianrui's face. That Ling Xiao has an emperor weapon. The subordinate said again. Emperor weapon? How can he have an emperor weapon? Yu Hua Tianrui paced around the room. In the end, he stopped. Ha, what am I afraid of? He killed an Ing. Big brother will definitely not let him off. Why am I worried for nothing? That Ling Xiao can't possibly come to you, Hua divine sect, to cause trouble. Yes, tell my big brother about An Ying's death. I want this Ling Xiao to die. Die. Ling Xiao had almost become Yu Hua Tianrui's nightmare. If Ling Xiao did not die, Yu Hua Tianrui would not be able to rest in peace. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice was heard. Yu Hua Tianrui shuddered and instantly hid behind his guard. Ling Xiao, it's him, it's his voice. Yu Hua Tianrui, you interfered with our participation in the treasure hunt in the heavenly ruins, but I didn't find trouble with you. How dare you send someone to assassinate me? A person stood in the night sky, emitting a terrifying killing intent. Under the moonlight, he looked so cold and emotionless. Tonight, I'm going to wash you Hua divine sect with blood. What do you think? Ling Xiao's smile was a little eerie and crazy. Hearing this laughter, Yu Hua Tianrui shuddered. This lunatic actually dared to come to you. Hua divine sect, does he not know where this is? Eldest young master, don't be afraid of him. This is our Yu Hua divine sect's territory. Although the higher-ups are currently cultivating in seclusion, my godson also went out to do something. But we still have Senior Wu Tianshou. A person's voice sounded. Only then did Yu Hua Tianrui come back to his senses. He suddenly became ruthless. Ling Xiao, you're courting death, walking into a trap. How can our Yu Hua divine sect be massacred by trash like you? Today, you won't be able to return. Wu Tianshou, kill him. Soon, Yu Hua divine sect's martial artists surrounded Ling Xiao from all directions. They blocked Ling Xiao's escape route. They thought that Ling Xiao would not be able to leave like this, but in reality, Ling Xiao did not plan to leave. If he wanted to leave, who could stop him? Even a divine physique, echelon martial artist, wouldn't be able to stop him. There are roughly 50,000 people in your Yu Hua divine sect's headquarters. How many will die tonight? It was as if Ling Xiao did not see the martial artists surrounding him, and he continued to talk to himself. You're really arrogant. We have one divine body, realm martial artist. 2 9th level core, shattering realm martial artists. 7 3rd level core, shattering realm martial artists. Countless core, realm martial artists. With just you, which one can you kill? Yu Hua Tianrui gradually calmed down. So what if the other party had an emperor weapon? He had one too. Although his aptitude was not as good as his brother's, it was not bad either. So his father gave him 2 emperor weapons. One was for defense, and the other was for attack. Even if he did not rely on anyone, it was impossible for him to lose to Ling Xiao. What was he afraid of? At the thought of his cowardly appearance just now, he felt embarrassed. Today, he was not afraid of being killed by Ling Xiao, but the humiliation in his heart was hard to get rid of. Eldest young master. He's just an early-stage core realm martial artist. Is there a need for this old man to make a move? Wu Tianshou drank a mouthful of wine, not interested in Ling Xiao at all. Why don't eldest young master make a move? Personally, I'll hold the line at the side. You should feel better killing him personally. Mobile version update website. Chapter 45:01. Many people saw what happened in Yu Hua Divine Sect. After all, this place was the focus of many people's attention. What's more, the Sky Sea Pavilion was right next door. Who is that? He's so crazy that he actually dared to barge into Yu Hua Divine Sect's headquarters alone. I don't know. There aren't many lunatics like him these days. There were some in the past, but unfortunately, they were all suppressed. Interesting person. Unfortunately, I'm afraid he'll perish under the night sky tonight. These people watched from afar, but did not dare to approach Yu Hua Divine Sect. They were not afraid of Yu Hua, Tianrui, or heavenly demon Yu Hua. They were only worried about the divine physique realm powerhouses of Yu Hua Divine Sect. One had to look at the master before beating a dog. Unless one did not want to survive in the chaotic sand sea, there was absolutely no benefit in offending Yu Hua Divine Sect. I'll do it myself. At this moment, Yu Hua Tianrui was thinking about Wu Tianshou's suggestion. Indeed, if he could kill Ling Xiao with his own hands, it would definitely be the best thing for him. However, he was a little worried. If he failed, he might lose his life. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Hua Tianrui in disdain. He mocked, "Forget it, he still dares to fight me one-on-one? Who doesn't know that Yu Hua Tianrui is a coward? Because he's afraid of his big brother. He even gave up his godson position. He even deliberately led a drunken life." Shut up. This was Yu Hua Tianrui's reverse scale. He hated it when others said that he was afraid of his big brother. Although he was really afraid, he did not allow others to say it. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. His main purpose for coming tonight was to kill Yu Hua Tianrui. As for the others, if they did not make a move, he would not bother to kill them. However, if they participated, he would not show mercy. You've already done it. Are you afraid of others saying it? Ling Xiao mocked. Bastard. Yu Hua Tianrui knew that Ling Xiao was deliberately provoking him. However, he could not suppress the anger in his heart. Moreover, Wu Tianshou was here today, and this was Yu Hua Divine Sect. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could kill him. You're courting death. Yu Hua Tianrui looked coldly at Ling Xiao. He really could not think of a reason why he would be killed by the other party. Moreover, his heart kept telling him to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands. In the distance, many people were watching. Was he going to retreat? Was he really going to be a coward, like Ling Xiao said? Trash like you, who only knows how to play with women, also knows how to kill. I'm afraid you haven't even killed a chicken before. Ling Xiao mocked. Yu Hua Tianrui's face turned even uglier. All these years, he had never killed anyone with his own hands. Everything was done by his subordinates. Now that he thought about it, it was a little awkward. As a martial artist who had never killed anyone before, he knew that there was no need for him to do it himself. Those who didn't know would only say that he was a coward. Ling Xiao, hand over cold plum and cripple your own cultivation, and I can spare your life. Yu Hua Tianrui said coldly, If I hand her over, do you dare to take her? You coward, do you think you can afford to offend the savage beast region? In the end, your Yu Hua Divine Sect is just a dog of the Doyan Society. Once a dog bites its master, it loses its value. Ling Xiao said indifferently, As he spoke, he observed the terrain of Yuhua divine sect. He prepared himself for an escape. Otherwise, if those old fellows in seclusion woke up, he would be in trouble. Is this Ling Xiao the champion of the Golden Sky region's golden battle? I think so. No wonder he dared to snatch Yuhua Tianrui's woman. Young people are so arrogant. But he doesn't seem to understand that this is the chaotic sand ocean. Even if the disciples of Golden City were here, they wouldn't dare to be so forceful against Yuhua divine sect. Moreover, he's not even a disciple of Golden City. Wu Qianshou's voice rang out again. Eldest young master, you're our Yuhua divine sect's young master. The other party humiliated Yuhua divine sect. Don't you even have the courage to attack? This old thing was one of Yuhua Heavenly Demon's men. Although Yuhua Heavenly Demon didn't intend to kill his younger brother, Wu Qianshou was already impatient. What was the point of following this trash around? He might as well find a chance to send this trash to his death. That was why he kept urging Yuhua Tianrui to fight with Ling Xiao one-on-one. No need. It's boring to fight with this trash. Tonight, I'm here to wash Yuhua divine sect with blood. This kind of trash let him completely fall in a drunken stupor. Ling Xiao looked at Yuhua Tianrui with contempt, then suddenly charged into the crowd. Stop! Yuhua Tianrui was also a man. If he didn't stand up after being said that, he would really lose himself. Moreover, he thought about it. He couldn't lose. In terms of combat power, he was actually stronger than Aning. It was just that Aning was good at assassination. He was just slightly more famous than him. He. Yuhua Tianrui suddenly laughed. I haven't fought for a long time, so now everyone thinks that I'm easy to bully? Wu Qianshou, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You want me to die? But let me tell you, if I die today, you won't live either. My big brother is someone who cares about his reputation. The divine physique realm martial artist he sent couldn't even protect me. What do you think he'll do? Ling Xiao frowned. Perhaps he had still underestimated this fellow a little. Yuhua Tianrui was more powerful than he imagined. On the surface, he looked like a prodigal, but he was actually very smart. If not, he wouldn't have been able to live so well after losing the Godson competition. I must take him seriously. This guy might be a formidable opponent. Ling Xiao stopped underestimating his opponent. Wu Qianshou's heart trembled. He thought that Yuhua Tianrui wouldn't be able to see through his little tricks. Now, it seemed that he was really an idiot. Eldest young master, I'm willing to kill this brat. Wu Qianshou hurriedly said, No need. I'll let you see today that I'm not a useless person. Yuhua Tianrui shook his head. The reason why he pointed out Wu Qianshou's trick was because he was worried that he wouldn't be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Wu Qianshou would risk his life to save him. He wouldn't die in Ling Xiao's hands. Guard all the exits, no matter what. If I win today, he'll die. If I lose, he'll still die. Yuhua Tianrui revealed a sinister smile. Ling Xiao, you just want to fight me one-on-one. I'll fulfill your wish. After all, you're someone who's about to die. Ha 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 ha. Yuhua Tianrui laughed wildly. Ling Xiao also laughed. Since he dared to come here, he had the confidence to survive. Ling Xiao instantly entered the unbounded Heavenly Rat's beast soul transformation. However, he didn't use the Tyrant Martial Soul. The Tyrant Martial Soul was a trump card. It could be used at critical moments to have a miraculous effect. The moment the transformation was completed, the aura of the beast god bloomed from Ling Xiao's body. In the void, it was as if the god of reincarnation had descended. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. Chapter 45:02. Beast God Martial Artist. No wonder he's so arrogant. What a pity. If he dies today, the Golden Heavens region will really suffer a huge loss. Yu Hua Tianrui narrowed his eyes and glanced at Ling Zhao's transformation. He suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. This should be Ling Zhao's strongest battle strength, but it was still inferior to him. So what if you're a beast god martial artist? Even if the beast god descends, you'll still die in my Yu Hua divine sect today. Yu Hua Tianrui revealed a cold smile. Then, he activated his vital essence, and a set of shining, 7-colored armor appeared on his body. When the armor was activated, the cry of a phoenix could be heard. Yu Hua Tianrui's body released a powerful force of the phoenix. The armor was exquisitely carved. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly the image of a phoenix. It contained a powerful force. It's actually made from a phoenix fossil. This thing might be useful to me. When Ling Xiao saw this powerful armor, he did not show any fear. Instead, he became excited. You have 2 Emperor weapons on you. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal, with 1 dragon pattern. The Cursed Demon Dagger, with 2 dragon patterns. And I also have an Emperor weapon. This is the Divine Phoenix Armor, a defensive Emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns. You should understand. What does 3 dragon patterns mean? What does a defensive Emperor weapon mean? Yu Hua Tianrui sneered. There was a hint of pride between his brows. Ling Xiao frowned. There were very few defensive magic treasures. There were even fewer defensive magic treasures with 3 dragon patterns. It seemed that the sect master of the Yu Hua divine sect liked Yu Hua Tianrui very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him such a good thing. The most important thing about the Divine Phoenix armor was the core made from an ancient phoenix egg fossil. Although the other materials were also very outstanding, they could all be found. Only this core was definitely not something that ordinary people could find. Rainbow Soaring Phoenix. The Tai Chi, I told him the type of ancient phoenix. This was even more precious than the monster crystal cores that Ling Xiao had obtained before. It was also more powerful as a material for the cultivation of the 12 divine beasts technique and a treasure to improve the beast soul. It was very important. This Yu Hua Tianrui is really understanding. He knows that I need these things, so he actually delivered them to me. When the Divine Phoenix battle armor was fully extended, it could completely envelop a person. He was as handsome as the Phoenix War god. It attracted the admiration of countless onlookers. However, Ling Xiao just smiled and said, "Do you think I won't recognize you just because you're wearing a tortoise shell?" His words were just to distract the other party. If the other party knew of his intentions for the Divine Phoenix battle armor, it would not be easy for him to obtain it. Yu Hua Tianrui was not angry. He just looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. "It's useless no matter what you say today." As he spoke, a sword appeared in Yu Hua Tianrui's hand. It was not an emperor artifact, but a divine grade, heavenly king artifact. A divine heavenly emperor artifact could not be compared to an emperor artifact. However, not everyone had an emperor armament. The divine grade heavenly king weapon was still the most powerful treasure for most divine core warriors. Kill! The instant he took out his longsword, Yu Hua Tianrui turned into a bright rainbow light and shot toward Ling Xiao. It drew a beautiful rainbow in the night sky. He really is a 3rd level Shattered Core realm. Ling Xiao smiled in disdain. With this kind of strength, as long as he used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, he could easily win. However, he needed to play with this guy for a while. Once he used the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, it would be meaningless. Now, he needed to squeeze out all the remaining value of his opponent before killing him. Yu Hua Tianrui was not weak. If it was an ordinary 3rd level Shattered Core warrior, they would not dare to take this sword attack head-on. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of dodging it. He circulated his true energy and punched out with the Fiend God Fist. Boom! The Fiend God Fist collided with the tip of his opponent's sword. Ling Xiao felt like he had hit the peak of a mountain. His body was sent flying and crashed into a house. Dozens of Yuhua Divine Sect warriors were killed along the way. He absorbed a large amount of true energy. Yuhua Tianrui wanted to chase after him, but he was helpless. Although he was not pushed back just now, the Fiend God Fist's energy was very strange. It was so strange that he needed to spend some time to expel this energy. I didn't expect you to really have some skills. Although Yuhua Tianrui did not defeat Ling Xiao in one strike, his confidence came. To be able to send Ling Xiao flying, it was enough to show that his strength was above Ling Xiao's. This Ling Xiao has quite a big mouth, but it doesn't seem like he can do it. So he's also someone who only knows how to brag. I think that this prodigal Yuhua Tianrui is really eye-catching. His strength is much stronger than I imagined. Yes, even without the Divine Phoenix armor, he's still very powerful. Everyone crossed their arms and watched the show in the sky. They were obviously disappointed with Ling Xiao's performance. They thought that it would be an evenly matched battle. They did not expect it to be like this. It was really too disappointing. Ling Xiao flew out of the ruins. He patted the dust off his body and smiled. "Is this your full strength? How ridiculous. It's only enough to tickle me." He's actually not injured. Yuhua Tianrui's gaze suddenly turned cold. "Good. Very good. Let's see how many of my attacks you can take." The sword in his hand drew a circle in the air. A crazy amount of vital essence condensed into this circle. Immediately after, he pointed with his sword. Chaotic sword technique. Countless sword chi suddenly flew out from that circle. Each sword chi was extremely terrifying. Each sword chi was enough to kill a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Shattered Core realm. Endless Fiend God Fist. Ling Xiao still did not dodge. He released his fists crazily. The sword chi and the fist force collided continuously in the air. The terrifying impact shattered the stone slabs on the ground and flew everywhere. Ling Xiao's body kept retreating. Yuhua Tianrui's attacks kept advancing. An excited smile bloomed on his face. At that moment, he really thought that he could win. The energy in my cultivation sea has increased to 30%. Unfortunately, it's over. Ling Xiao shook his head. "I originally wanted to play with you, but now there's no need for that." Martial Spirit Barrier. Ling Xiao, who suddenly released the Martial Spirit Barrier, disappeared in front of Yuhua Tianrui's eyes. At that moment, Yuhua Tianrui felt incomparably terrified. Wu Qianshou, who was outside, exclaimed, "Oh no!" He hurriedly rushed over. However, the Martial Spirit Barrier blocked his way. Although the Martial Spirit Barrier could be broken from the outside. However, even with Wu Qianshou's strength, it would take at least 10 minutes to finish it. During this time, Ling Xiao would have killed Yuhua Tianrui long ago. This unexpected turn of events shocked the crowd who were watching the show. Could it be that this kid has been pretending to be weak? But why is he doing this? Of course, they did not know that Ling Xiao was trying to squeeze out Yuhua Tianrui's remaining value. "Don't be afraid. Don't cry. It'll be over soon." Ling Xiao's cold voice reached Yuhua Tianrui's ears. Yuhua Tianrui almost knelt down. "I can't be cool for more than 3 seconds. Chapter 45:03. 9 turns gourd. Imprisonment. Because Yuhua Tianrui had the Divine Phoenix armor, all of Ling Xiao's attacks could not directly hurt him. Therefore, Ling Xiao had already thought of a countermeasure. Once the imprisonment was released, Yuhua Tianrui could not move at all. The Divine Phoenix armor could protect him from being hurt. However, the curse could not be avoided. 9 turns gourd Poisonous insect. The poisonous insect directly entered Yu Hua Tianrui's body through his mouth. No, I don't want to die. Spare me, spare me. I can give you this divine phoenix armor. Although Yu Hua Tianrui was calm and smart, he had a biggest weakness, which was that he was timid. When he encountered a little trouble, he would completely panic. For example, this time, if he could calm down, Ling Xiao might not be able to imprison him, and the poisonous insect might not be able to break through his mouth and enter his body. So he has more than one emperor weapon. What's that gourd? Everyone saw the gourd in Ling Xiao's hand. They were shocked, because there were actually 2 dragon patterns on the gourd. Hearing Yu Hua Tianrui's shrill scream, Ling Xiao said with a smile, "I really like your divine phoenix armor. As long as you give it to me, I can indeed spare your life." Eldest young master, don't believe him. With the divine phoenix armor, he can't kill you, but if you give it to him, you'll definitely die. Wu Qianshou shouted outside and knocked against the martial spirit barrier. The others also panicked and came over to help. They all knew very well that if eldest young master Yu Hua Tianrui died, that would be a very frightening thing. They would definitely be held accountable by the sect leader at that time. Even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. "Save me! Save me!" Yu Hua Tianrui shouted desperately. Indeed, he did not dare to give the divine phoenix armor to Ling Xiao. If it was not for the divine phoenix armor, he believed that he would have been killed by Ling Xiao. Even though the poisonous insect entered his body and wreaked havoc, his body had the raging flame pill given to him by his father. This thing would not have any effect on normal days. However, when it encountered poison or poisonous insects, it would have a miraculous effect and protect its owner. "Your sect leader's father is really good to you." Ling Xiao frowned. This guy was really not easy to kill. Troublesome. Yu Hua Tianrui did not realize that he had these good things. If he resisted at this moment, Ling would really be a problem. It was a pity that this idiot was already scared. All he wanted was for others to save him, and he couldn't think of fighting at all. These treasures, it. Since I can't break, then I might as well directly refine. Ises. He took out a formation refining stone. He released. A ball of energy enveloped Yu Hua Tianrui. The deviant flame was released from Ling Xiao's hands. Although it could not be used to attack directly, it was not a problem to use it for tempering. What do you want to do to me? Yu Hua Tianrui was so frightened that his face turned pale. What? He burned the soul imprint on it with raging flames. "I'll take away your ownership." Ling Xiao sneered and sat cross-legged. He released the flame crazily. Yu Hua Tianrui, who was wrapped in the flame, would not die because of the divine phoenix armor's skin. However, Ling Xiao did not expect to kill him. He only focused on the soul imprint. He wanted to take the divine phoenix armor for himself. "Let go of eldest young master, or I'll kill you." Wu Qianshou screamed desperately. Ling Xiao didn't even bother with him. It was as if these people would let him go if he let go. Yu Hua's sect style of doing things, one could easily find out. Whoever offended them, they would definitely kill them. Therefore, Ling Xiao's idea was simple. Since he had offended Yu Hua's sect, he must destroy them. Otherwise, he would never have peace. Hearing Yu Hua Tianrui's miserable screams, the crowd was dumbfounded. They could not believe it. This brat is too strange. Yeah, defeating Yu Hua Tianrui was already amazing, but he still dared to refine the soul imprint and take the divine phoenix armor. He's crazy. What a surprise. But the soul imprint on the Divine Phoenix armor was personally imprinted by the sect master of Yu Hua sect. It won't be easy to refine it. Even if he succeeds, it might take a few days. By that time, the big shots of Yu Hua immortal sect would have been alerted. This brat won't be able to escape. The crowd admired Ling Zhao's madness and strength, but at the same time, they could not understand his actions. Outside, Wu Qianshou and the others continued to attack the martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao acted as if nothing had happened and focused on refining the Divine Phoenix armor. This was an Emperor artifact with 3 dragon patterns. It was incomparably precious. Even if it was used as a battle armor, it would be excellent. This eldest young master of Yu Hua sect is really embarrassing. In fact, he could have turned the situation around. He's just too cowardly. If he was daring, he would have been killed by his brother long ago. It's very common for Yu Hua sect to fight for power and profit. My godson is back. At this moment, a voice sounded. Heavenly demon Yu Hua tore through the air. He heavily bombarded the martial spirit barrier. He was extremely powerful to begin with. Together with Wu Qianshou, he instantly consumed most of the martial spirit barrier's energy. Cracks had already appeared on the martial spirit barrier. Brat, I don't care who you are. Let go of my second brother. I can spare your life. Heavenly demon Yu Hua's eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. He had only gone out for a while, and such a thing happened. Someone dared to barge into Yu Hua sect to cause trouble. If he did not kill this person, Yu Hua sect would become a joke in the future. However, in order to save Yu Hua Tianrui, he could only say some soft words. However, Ling Xiao still did not say a word. He could feel that the soul imprint on the Divine Phoenix armor had been burned until it was deformed. It was on the verge of shattering. How powerful was the heavenly fire? How could a mere soul imprint withstand it? Cat, Grandpa will lend you a hand. The white jade cat that had been sleeping in Ling Zhao's clothes suddenly woke up. It let out a sharp cat's meow. Meow. In an instant, the soul imprint that had already loosened completely collapsed. Shatter. It's done. There was no time to think about why the white jade cat had such an ability. Ling Xiao grabbed the Divine Phoenix armor and put it on himself. After putting it on, it was basically impossible for a cultivator in the core-shattering realm to hurt him, unless the other party also had an Emperor weapon of similar quality. The moment he donned the Divine Phoenix battle armor on his body, the martial spirit barrier also shattered with a sound. I didn't expect him to succeed. That flame is probably not an ordinary flame. This brat seems to be proficient in refining formations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded in such a short time. But now, he's still facing a certain death situation. The moment the martial spirit barrier broke, heavenly demon Yu Hua's palm landed on Ling Zhao's body. Ling Xiao was sent flying. Chapter 4504. Terrifying power seeped into Ling Zhao's body. Ling Xiao was fine. Instead, his cultivation sea's energy increased by 10%. So far, it had reached 50%. Heavenly demon Yu Hua's attack was really terrifying. If not for the Divine Phoenix armor, Ling Xiao would have been killed. Even now, with the Divine Phoenix armor, Ling Xiao was slightly injured. However, this minor injury was nothing. With the strength of his body, he could recover in an instant. Ha ha ha. Heavenly demon Yu Hua, so what if you're here? You can't kill me, but I can slaughter everyone in Yu Hua divine sect. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. 9 revolution gourd, apocalypse. The gourd flew in the air. A black apocalypse dragon was released from its mouth. It instantly charged into the crowd. The terrifying power of the monarch weapon with 2 dragon patterns exploded in the crowd. Countless buildings were destroyed. In these few days, nearly 1,000 people were swept into it and turned into bones. Lunatic, the onlookers felt a chill in their hearts. This Ling Xiao was really too terrifying. He said that he wanted to massacre Yuhua divine sect. And he actually did it. I'll kill you. As a divine body realm expert, Wu Qianshou suddenly rose into the air. His palm landed with a loud bang. The huge black palm landed on Ling Xiao's body. His cultivation sea's energy increased by 60%. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was injured, it was still a minor injury. Compared to the gains, this injury was nothing. He could release the giant demon king to kill Wu Qianshou and heavenly demon Yuhua. However, he didn't do that. This battle had brought him too many benefits. Every time the opponent attacked, his cultivation sea's energy would increase. 9 Revolution Gourd, Flying Sword. This time, a sword flew out of the 9 Revolution Gourd. The sword light instantly flew 1,000 meters. Hundreds of martial artists were instantly pierced through their dantians and died. This 9 Revolution Gourd is really useful. I have to thank Qi Yuan. If he didn't come all the way here to deliver this treasure, I'm afraid I wouldn't feel so good. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. No, I can't kill him. Yuhua gradually calmed down. With the protection of the Divine Phoenix battle armor, killing Ling Xiao was simply a pipe dream. The other party didn't care about such a small injury at all. If this continued, Yuhua Immortal Religion was really going to be messed up by this brat. I have no choice but to use that. Heavenly Demon Yuhua revealed a cold smile. He took out a gourd from his storage ring. It was the same gourd, but its form was different. The 9 Revolutions gourd was black, but this gourd was blue. Ling Xiao. Hearing Yuhua Heavenly Demon call his name, Ling Xiao responded subconsciously. In the end, he felt a terrifying force sucking him in. He entered the gourd. My 9 Underworlds gourd is an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. It contains 9 Underworlds water, and even a divine body, realm martial artist, would be turned into water by it. Since I can't kill you, I'll just melt you. It's just a pity about the Divine Phoenix battle armor. He put the stopper on the gourd. Heavenly Demon Yuhua revealed a cold smile. He didn't intend to expose this thing so early. This 9 Underworlds gourd was his trump card. Even in the entire Yuhua Immortal Religion, there were only 2 Emperor weapons with 4 dragon patterns. He had one here, and his father had another. Moreover, this thing had to be refined by the person inside, which would take 49 days. It was also troublesome. But this time, there was nothing he could do. If Ling Xiao didn't use this method, he was afraid that Yuhua Immortal Religion would be in a mess. After entering the gourd, Ling Xiao felt that he had entered an independent space. This place was filled with black 9 Underworlds water. Even his physical body would be melted with a slight touch. Master, do you need my help? Cold Plum was a little anxious. Don't worry, any treasure. The most basic thing is the array. Master is an expert in this field. Ling Xiao was actually not confident in his heart, but he didn't want Cold Plum to worry. At the very least, he felt that a mere 9 Underworlds water wouldn't be able to kill him. An Emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns, the F*CK, was really willing to part with it. Perhaps even a divine physique, realm martial artist, wouldn't have such a thing. A godson was a godson. Someone doted on him. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. He tried to use the vertical golden light technique to escape, but it didn't work. It was obvious that his guess was correct. This should be a space built by an array. It was different from the outside world. The moment the stopper was put on, he was imprisoned here. Sigh, what a pity. Yeah, Yuhua immortal religion is a big sect after all. They actually have an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. If this Ling Xiao doesn't die, he will really become a terrifying existence. But if he's sucked in, there's no hope. Many of the onlookers admired Ling Xiao. He killed his way into Yuhua immortal religion alone. Not only did he defeat Yuhua Tianrui and snatch the divine phoenix armor, but he also killed thousands of people. In the end, heavenly demon Yuhua had no choice but to use the 9 nether gourd to capture him. What are you looking at? Do you want to have a taste of this emperor weapon too? Heavenly demon Yuhua looked around coldly. Those people lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Yuhua Tianrui was already very strong, and with this treasure, ordinary people would have to think twice if they wanted to deal with him. Of course, they were envious. Anyone who had an emperor weapon of that level would have their strength skyrocketed. Ling Xiao didn't lose to his strength. He lost to his treasure. Heavenly demon Yuhua couldn't stop others from thinking about it. He looked at Yuhua Tianrui, who was still in a daze. Trash, he said fiercely. Today, Yuhua Tianrui had embarrassed Yuhua immortal religion. Bring your young master back and take good care of him. Don't let him go out and cause trouble. He actually knew about what happened this time. He was the one who agreed to lend out shadow, but he didn't expect that someone who was only a heavenly core warrior would be so hard to deal with. Not only did Shadow die, he even sent people to kill him. How unlucky! Let's go. Yuhua Tianrui was brought away. Heavenly demon Yuhua also brought the 9 nether gourd back to his residence. The storm was finally over. Although some people still wanted to see more, it was time for them to leave. That Ling Xiao, he's dead for sure, right? And that kid's 3 emperor weapons, I'm afraid they'll fall into heavenly demon Yuhua's hands. Sigh. That's why I said, don't be so pretentious. Of all the people he could provoke, he just had to provoke Yuhua immortal religion. That kid doesn't know what's good for him. I'm impressed by that kid's courage. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. True, even if he's dead, I'm afraid he'll become a legend in the chaotic desert. He's already dead. What's the point of becoming a legend? Let's go, let's go. The crowd slowly dispersed. They all knew that once they entered Yuhua immortal religion, they wouldn't be able to leave. Even if Ling Xiao had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to use them. This time, it was the end of his life. Chapter 45:05. Brat, you'll suffer endless pain for these 49 days. Then you'll die. I'll let you know that Yuhua divine sect is not to be trifled with. Heavenly demon Yuhua kept the 9 nether gourd in his storage ring and sneered. He laughed coldly. However, when he remembered that Ling Xiao was still wearing the divine phoenix battle armor, his heart ached. Heavenly demon Yuhua, listen up. I don't need 49 days. I'll be out soon. I'll kill all these bastards from Yuhua divine sect, especially you and Yuhua Tianrui. Both of you must die. Ling Xiao's voice came from the 9 nether gourd. Heavenly demon Yuhua frowned. To be honest, he had a very uneasy feeling. That was why he wanted to kill Ling Xiao immediately. However, he couldn't do it. At the thought of this, he felt that his second brother was extremely stupid. He actually let someone take away the divine phoenix armor. He was extremely depressed. Humph, go ahead and try to talk your way out. Heavenly demon Yuhua blocked the sound. He couldn't be bothered to listen to Ling Xiao's nonsense. However, he didn't know that he had fallen into Ling Xiao's trap by doing so. Ling Xiao hoped that he would be able to block out the sound so that he could do what he wanted to do. Inside the 9 nether gourd, even the celestial demon black tortoise body couldn't resist the crazy 9 nether water. However, Ling Xiao was wearing the divine phoenix armor now, so there was no need to worry for the time being. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the divine phoenix armor was being corroded by the 9 nether water. The 9 nether water seemed to have a life of its own. It was like a vicious giant snake that wanted to swallow Ling Xiao whole. No wonder heavenly demon Yu Hua said that it would take 49 days to refine me. This divine phoenix battle armor can probably last for 49 days. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then he didn't care anymore. With the protection of the divine phoenix armor, he sat cross-legged in the 9 nether water. Master, do you have any ideas? Cold Plum asked. Don't worry. I've already thought of a way to get out. How can mere 9 nether water kill me? It doesn't matter even if I don't have the divine phoenix armor. Ling Xiao smiled. He already had a crazy idea in his mind. However, he was still considering the feasibility. All right, if Master needs it, you must ask. No matter what, I will help. Don't underestimate this Kai-Dai Saintess. Cold Plum said. I know. Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly removed the divine phoenix battle armor. At that moment, the 9 underworld's water was extremely excited as it frantically pounced towards Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Canopy Beast Soul Transformation. The Canopy Beast was a beast god martial spirit that controlled the water element. It had 2 special skills, the Water Giant and the Yellow Spring River. It was only because its power was not as strong as before that Ling Xiao had not used it recently. To him, this was an opportunity. The 9 underworld's water was similar to the Yellow Springs water, except that it was more corrosive. But no matter how strong he was, how could he be stronger than Haishun? The 12 beast gods were the supreme deities of the Black Tortoise Continent, although they were not worth mentioning in front of the deities of the Immortal Court Continent. But in the Black Tortoise Continent, they were the most terrifying existences. Moreover, Ling Xiao had the all-encompassing Sky Tyrant martial spirit. The pitch-black universe opened up behind him. The endless 9 underworld's water seemed to have encountered something terrifying and wanted to escape in panic. However, the power of the universe was extremely terrifying. Baby, don't run. Since you are here, don't leave. Absorb. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit formed a super terrifying black hole and sucked the 9 underworld's water in. This scene caused Lang Mei to be dumbstruck. She knew that her master's martial spirit was extremely terrifying, but she did not expect it to be so powerful. How is master? Dong Huang Yu slowly woke up and immediately thought of her master. Don't worry, he is fine. Cold Plum was very relieved. Ling Xiao could even control the 9 underworld's water. How could he be killed by the 9 underworld's gourd? The 9 underworld's water was completely absorbed by the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Then it was slowly released to help Ling Xiao temper his physical body and the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Other people had to endure a torturous process to cultivate. Ling Xiao found that absorbing the energy was simply enjoyable. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring. He watched the energy in his cultivation sea increase continuously. He watched his physical body strengthen continuously. He watched the Sky Tyrant martial spirit strengthen continuously. After a full 3 hours, Ling Xiao's cultivation finally broke through again and reached the mid-stage of the extreme core realm. The Black Tortoise physique also broke through and reached the peak of the 10th Order Emperor realm. The peak of the 10th Order Emperor realm was only 1 step away from the Saint realm. The strength of his physical body was comparable to an Emperor weapon with 1 dragon mark. Although it was not comparable to the Divine Phoenix armor, the strength of his physical body was already this strong. If others knew about it, they would be scared to death. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit mutated and evolved into the 9 Underworld's Sky Tyrant martial spirit. The power of the 2 special skills increased at the same time. The water giant directly transformed into a 9 Underworld's monster. The Yellow Spring Water evolved into the 9 Underworld's Yellow Spring Water. However, there was still a lot of 9 Underworld's water left, and it was all stored in the Mountain River world. In the Mountain River world, a 9 Underworld's Yellow Spring River was formed. In the future, his physical body could continue to be tempered by the river water. Most importantly, after being tempered by the 9 Underworld's water, the Giant Devil King had evolved into a 9 Underworld's Giant Devil King. His strength had reached the 2nd level of the Divine Physique realm. This was Ling Xiao's biggest trump card. As for the 9 Underworld's gourd, it was now a useless item. Ling Xiao didn't need to use the 9 Underworld's gourd to attack with the 9 Underworld's water. However, because Ling Xiao hadn't reached the Divine Physique realm, the 9 Underworld's water's attack wasn't that strong. Even so, it was still as strong as a Divine Core warrior using an Emperor weapon, with 4 dragon marks. Master, why do I feel like you've become much stronger? Cold Plum asked. That's right. This heavenly devil Yuhua has suffered a double loss. I should be the one thanking him for giving me such a great gift. Ling Xiao said with a smile. This is great. Master, you're really unfathomable. You can even subdue a treasure like the 9 Underworld's gourd. Dong Huangyu's eyes were filled with admiration. That's nothing. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. In fact, he had to thank the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul and Tian Peng Beast Soul. If either of them were missing, he wouldn't have been able to do this. Previously, when Heavenly Devil Yuhua had subdued him with the 9 Underworld's gourd, he wanted to use the Giant Devil King to escape. But luckily, he was brave enough to give it a try. If not, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this. Master, how are we going to get out of here? The 9 Underworld's gourd is in Heavenly Devil Yuhua's possession. If we forcefully break out of the gourd, we might alert him. Cold Plum said, Alert him? Then let's kill him. Ling Xiao sneered. Kill him. Cold Plum was dumbfounded. Heavenly Devil Yuhua was a 9th level Shattered Core Realm Warrior. Even without the 9 Underworld's gourd, Ling Xiao was no match for him. There was no need to mention Dong Huangyu. She did have the strength, but it seemed like Ling Xiao didn't want to borrow her strength. Cold Plum, don't worry. Just be a good girl and watch. When has Master ever disappointed you? Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Chapter 45:06. Cold Plum opened her mouth, but in the end, she did not say anything. Thinking about it carefully, Ling Xiao had never disappointed her. Void-shattering finger. Without the 9 Underworld water, the 9 Underworld gourd was just an ordinary gourd. In addition, the internal formation had been broken by Ling Xiao. With a tap of the void-shattering finger, the 9 Underworld gourd shattered. If Heavenly Demon Yuhua did not block the sound, he would definitely be able to hear it. Unfortunately, that idiot did not want to hear Ling Xiao's nagging and directly blocked the sound in the storage ring. Therefore, he did not even know that the 9 Underworld gourd had shattered. At this moment, Heavenly Demon Yuhua was cultivating in his room. Although there were people outside the door, Heavenly Demon Yuhua was a proud person. When he was cultivating, he would never allow others to disturb him. However, he probably did not expect that his most powerful Emperor weapon would eventually become something that would cost him his life. Things in this world were really unpredictable. Wow, as expected of the godson of Yuhua Divine Sect. I'm rich this time. Coming out of the 9 Underworld gourd, Ling Xiao glanced at Heavenly Demon Yuhua's storage ring. Good heavens, he actually had a total of 20 top-grade spirit stones. 1 supreme-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10 million high-grade spirit stones. 20 yuan. That's 200 million yuan. Spirit stones were definitely what martial artists needed the most. Whether it was cultivation, refining pills, or buying things, they were all needed. Ling Xiao's blood-colored thunder god still needed spirit stones to store energy, other than the 20 supreme-grade spirit stones. There was also a map in this guy's storage ring. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a map of the ruins of heaven. On this map, all the places that Yuhua divine sect had been to were marked. The treasures and traps inside were very eye-catching. Ling Xiao only took a casual glance, and there was actually the remnant soul of the 9 underworld Yellow Springs golden crow. This was what Xiao Jin needed the most. Ling Xiao did not look at the other medicinal herbs carefully. He stuffed them all into his Dong Sheng Emperor ring. Then, Ling Xiao began to crack the formation of the storage ring. Although Yuhua Tianrui's storage ring was not bad, it was not as good as the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. Therefore, it was very easy to crack it. Heavenly Demon Yuhua, who was in the midst of cultivation, sensed a peculiar aura. He turned his head to look. He noticed that a figure had suddenly jumped out of his storage ring. This shock was no small matter. Yuhua, Heavenly Demon's heart nearly stopped beating from fright. "It's you." "Hee, you didn't expect this, did you?" "Godson, I said that I would definitely kill you, and I won't go back on my words." Ling Xiao sneered. "You?" Yuhua, Heavenly Demon, sneered disdainfully. "Although I don't know how you escaped from the 9 nether gourd, I'm sure you'll be able to escape from it. But if you want to kill me with your strength, you're dreaming." Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying giant demon appeared behind Ling Xiao. His body emitted the aura of the 9 underworlds. Divine Body Realm. Yuhua, Heavenly Demon, suddenly realized that he was in a very dangerous situation. He turned around and tried to escape. However, how could the 9 underworld's great devil king, who was at the 2nd level of the Divine Body Realm, let him escape? With a light grab, the Heavenly Demon Yuhua was held in his hand. "Don't kill me. I can give you everything you want." Yuhua, Heavenly Demon, was also afraid of death. He never dreamed that he would be in such a situation where he actually had to beg Ling Xiao for mercy. "All right, then give me your life. Kill him." Ling Xiao sneered. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, he ordered the 9 nether giant demon king to take action. Poor Yuhua, Heavenly Demon, was also considered a formidable person. He actually died in Ling Xiao's hands without knowing anything. What a pity! After killing Yuhua, Heavenly Demon, Ling Xiao put away the 9 nether giant demon king. "Master, that was..." The 9 nether giant demon king at the 2nd level of the Divine Body Realm. "My puppet." Ling Xiao gave a simple explanation, then transformed. He transformed into the appearance of Yuhua, Heavenly Demon. He walked out of the room. "Godson." The guard outside the door bowed and said. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and walked straight to Yuhua Tianrui's residence. There were 3 people he wanted to kill today: Yuhua, Heavenly Demon, Wu Tianshou, and Yuhua Tianrui. Yuhua, Heavenly Demon, had already been killed. Wu Tianshou was his next target. Only by transforming into Yuhua, Heavenly Demon's appearance, would it be easier to kill him. "Master, why don't we just burn down this Yuhua divine sect? We'll let everyone know the consequences of offending us." Dong Huangyu suggested. "That's a good idea, but not now. Wait until I kill Yuhua Tianrui and Wu Tianshou." Ling Xiao didn't want to alert the enemy for the time being. After completing his goal, he would raise this damn Yuhua divine sect to the ground. Soon, Ling Xiao arrived at Yuhua Tianrui's residence. He had been here before, so it was naturally very easy for him to find it. With Yu Hua, Heavenly Demon's identity as a cover, no one dared to stop him. Just like that, his journey was unimpeded. In Yu Hua Tianrui's palace, this lunatic was venting his anger. He was venting with the poor dancer. "Damn Ling Xiao, damn cold plum bitch, I'll beat you to death." The whip landed on the dancer's body. Although those dancers were also martial artists, they were too weak. After a few lashes, they died. F***CK. You're venting your anger on your own people after being bullied outside. What a beast. Ling Xiao looked down on this kind of person the most. They were simply shameless to the extreme. In the palace, Yu Hua Tianrui's bodyguards were watching the show from the side. Some even clapped and cheered. "Eldest young master, you don't have to be so angry. That Ling Xiao was taken in by my godson with the 9 nether gourd. It's impossible for him to be alive. Your grudge can be considered as avenged." Wu Qianshou drank a little wine at the side and smiled faintly. "Not enough. Not enough. Far from enough." Yu Hua Tianrui said crazily, "I want to investigate Ling Xiao's background and kill all of his relatives. Only then can I dispel the hatred in my heart. He made me lose all my face, so I'll make him suffer so much that he'll wish he was dead." "Master," Lung, you noticed that Ling Xiao's body was trembling and couldn't help but call out. "Don't worry." Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. "He wants to kill my family? Kill my family? I'm afraid. He won't be able to live." Ling Xiao said coldly. He walked towards the main hall. "Look at how useless you are. That woman is venting her anger." He was currently acting as Heavenly Demon Yu Hua, so he naturally spoke arrogantly. "Why are you guys scramming?" He looked at the dancers. The dancers felt as if they had been pardoned. They fled in a panic and left Yu Hua's sect. They were originally dancers outside, and Yu Hua Tianrui wanted them to pass the time. Killing was killing. Yu Hua Tianrui didn't care. "Big brother, godson." Seeing Heavenly Demon Yu Hua, everyone hurriedly knelt down to greet him. Ling Xiao sneered and looked at Wu Qianshou. "Come here, I have a mission for you." Wu Qianshou didn't think too much about it. How could he have thought that Heavenly Demon Yu Hua was already dead? He probably wouldn't have thought that the person standing in front of him was Ling Xiao. He hurriedly went over and knelt in front of Heavenly Demon Yu Hua, saying excitedly, "Godson has something to instruct. Come closer." Ling Xiao waved his hand, as if there was a secret mission. Chapter 45:07. Qi. The East Victory Heavenly Sword pierced through Wu Qianshou's dantian. Wu Qianshou's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Ling Xiao returned to his original appearance with a smile. Among these people, Wu Qianshou was the most troublesome, which was why he had to use the appearance of Heavenly Demon Yu Hua to set him up. Then he would sneak attack and kill him. The moment Ling Xiao revealed his true appearance, Wu Qianshou's eyes were filled with intense unwillingness and shock. Why is it you?" With a sorrowful question, he fell to the ground and died in front of Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao did not plan to let him go just like that. He grabbed Wu Qianshou's neck with one hand and forcefully sucked Wu Qianshou's true essence into his body. The true essence of a powerhouse at the first level of the divine body realm was really powerful. Although it could not allow him to break through instantly, it was enough for him to squander for a while as potential. "Ling Xiao, how could it be you? Where's my big brother?" Yu Hua Tianrui was terrified to the extreme. The person who he thought was definitely dead suddenly appeared here, and he appeared in the appearance of Heavenly Demon Yu Hua. "Oh, your great godson, he's already dead." Ling Xiao revealed a bright smile. Yu Hua Tianrui was stunned at that moment. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity and suddenly made a move, directly strangling Yuhua Tianrui's neck. By the time the bodyguards reacted, it was already too late. "You're lying. My big brother can't be dead." Although Yuhua Tianrui's neck was choked, he still spoke, even though he hated his big brother. However, there was no doubt that his big brother was an invincible existence in his heart. "Whether he's dead or not, you'll know when you go to the underworld." "What a pitiful guy. Why did you have to provoke me?" "I've already warned you." Ling Xiao sighed. He exerted force, and Yuhua Tianrui's neck was broken. His true essence was also sucked dry by Ling Xiao. His inner core dried up, and he died. At the moment of his death, Yuhua Tianrui still could not believe that everything that happened was real. His big brother was dead. Now he was going to die too. It felt like a dream. Yuhua divine religion had stood tall in the chaotic jade sand ocean for so many years, but such a thing had never happened before. Never. Cold Plum and Dong Huangyu looked at the dead Yuhua Tianrui. He could not help but sigh. Heavenly demon Yuhua and Yuhua Tianrui were notorious for being domineering in the chaotic desert. One was valiant, and the other was a spoiled brat. Relying on the backing of Yuhua divine cult, the two of them had committed many atrocities. However, who could do anything to them? Even divine physique echelon experts wouldn't dare to touch them because of Yuhua divine sect. Yet today, they were actually finished off by an extreme realm of alchemy martial artist. It had to be said that this was really a bit of a weirdo. "It's your turn now." Ling Xiao looked at the bodyguards around him coldly. These people were helping the tyrant, and none of them were innocent. At the same time, two figures silently entered Yuhua Heavenly Demon's residence. The guards at the door didn't even notice. When the two of them entered the room, their faces suddenly changed, because they saw a badly mutilated corpse on the ground. "It's Heavenly Demon Yuhua." Jianhu checked and said to Xiao Jin, "Someone actually killed Heavenly Demon Yuhua, and from the looks of it, the people from Yuhua Divine Cult don't know." Xiao Jin frowned. "Search and see what's in the storage ring." Jianhu and Xiao Jin started searching the room. One of them checked the storage ring, while the other checked the things in the room. A few minutes later, the two of them looked at each other. Nothing. It was probably taken away by someone else. Who was it that made a move before us? Xiao Jin looked at the corpse on the ground and couldn't help but sigh. Yuhua Divine Cult can be considered the third most powerful force in the chaotic desert. Now that Heavenly Demon Yuhua has been killed, I'm afraid the chaotic desert will start a bloody storm. It's just that I really want to meet the person who killed Heavenly Demon Yuhua. "Young master, it seems a bit chaotic outside. Let's leave quickly." Jianhu reminded, "There are still some old fellows in Yuhua Divine Cult who are in seclusion. If they find out, it'll be troublesome." "Let's go." Xiao Jin nodded and left Heavenly Demon Yuhua's residence. Just like how they came, they disappeared without a trace. It was as if the guard didn't see them at all, except for Heavenly Demon Yuhua's room. Xiao Jin suddenly stopped in his tracks. In the distance, a terrifying aura was released. Then, the Black Nine Underworld's water flooded many of Yuhua Divine Cult's buildings like a flood. Who is it that gave me such a terrifying feeling? Even I'm trembling. Xiao Jin's expression was a bit ugly. "Yes, young master. With such a terrifying pressure, it must be a divine physique echelon expert." Jianhu also said in fear. "Let's go. Don't get involved in this." Xiao Jin reminded, and immediately flew out of Yuhua Divine Cult. The Nine Underworld's water was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it engulfed many of Yuhua Divine Cult's buildings. Any building that was touched by it would instantly rot and collapse. Many Yu Hua divine cult's martial artists couldn't escape in time and were buried in the terrifying 9 underworld's water. Help! Someone killed the eldest young master. Terrified voices resounded in the sky. Oh no, my godson is also dead. Probably because they heard the shouts outside. Someone wanted to report to heavenly demon Yu Hua. In the end, they found out that his godson was also dead. This time, it was really chaotic. The entire Yu Hua divine cult had never encountered such a thing. Godson was killed. First, young master was killed. This was simply a nightmare. Ling Xiao walked out of Yu Hua Tianrui's palace. In the palace, all the bodyguards were killed. Today, he wasn't here to fight. He was here purely to kill. Therefore, he borrowed the power of the 9 underworld's great demon king. The power that Xiao Jin felt was precisely this. Ling Xiao openly controlled the 9 underworld's water. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. Master, it's time to go. With such a big commotion, those old things of Yu Hua divine cult should come out. Cold Plum reminded, yes, it's time to go. After killing Yu Hua heavenly demon Yu Hua Tianrui and Wu Tianshou, Ling Xiao had vented enough. As for those underlings, he wasn't interested. In an instant, he withdrew all the 9 underworld's water. Ling Xiao entered the shadow warrior form and fled out of Yu Hua divine cult. He also felt that a powerful aura was recovering. After all, Yu Hua divine cult was the 3rd force in the chaotic desert sea. It was impossible for them not to have any experts. Ling Xiao didn't want to fight with them for the time being. It just so happened that those who knew him and saw him were already dead. Moreover, he was a martial artist at the middle stage of the extreme core realm. Probably no one would believe that he killed those 2. A large area of Yu Hua divine cult's buildings collapsed. Screams were heard. The black 9 underworld's water raged wildly. It was impossible for others not to know about this commotion. The martial artists who lived nearby all rushed over. But for the time being, they only dared to watch from afar, wanting to know what happened. At this moment, no one thought that this terrifying commotion was caused by the person who was taken away by Yu Hua heavenly demon with the 9 underworld's gourd. No matter how good one's imagination was, they couldn't imagine it. Everyone read. Chapter 45:08. Ling Xiao had yet to leave Yu Hua divine sect. Suddenly, he sensed an extremely familiar aura. That feeling was so familiar. He missed it so much. Just like when he first met Cold Plum. Xiao Jin. Ling Xiao revealed a look of ecstasy. It couldn't be wrong. It must be Xiao Jin. Although his aura had become stronger, his essence had not changed. Ling Xiao believed that he could not be wrong. What's wrong, master? Cold Plum was unable to circulate her vital essence at this moment, so her perception of her surroundings was naturally reduced. Did Xiao Jin also come to the chaotic sand sea? Ling Xiao asked. I really don't know. Although we're both in the savage beast region, we're not in the same place. When I came to the chaotic sand sea this time, I didn't see him either. Cold Plum shook her head and said, but I heard that Xiao Jin wants to go to the chaotic sand sea to look for the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs golden crow. Then it can't be wrong. Ling Xiao touched his Dong Sheng Emperor ring. He instantly understood. Xiao Jin must have appeared here for that map. However, he did not expect him to kill Yu Hua heavenly demon and Yu Hua Tianrui. He probably got nothing. Xiao Jin felt very depressed. He came to Yu Hua divine sect tonight for the map and did not want to kill anyone. Now, he was treated as a ferocious beast for no reason. He was even surrounded. What the hell? Xiao Jin and Jianhu did not want to expose their identities, so they wore masks. They stood back to back and looked coldly at the experts of Yu Hua divine sect who were chasing after them. "Did you kill my godson and eldest young master?" A voice came from afar. "Someone took the blame for me." Ling Xiao frowned. If it was any other time, he would not care. However, this person was very likely to be Xiao Jin. How could he let his good brother take the blame while he escaped? Ling Xiao turned and flew in the direction of the voice. If it was really Xiao Jin, even if he had to expose his greatest reliance tonight, he would still save them. In one's life, there weren't many people who could make friends with their lives. If there was one, he had to guard it well. Moreover, Xiao Jin had saved his life many times. "Is it Xiao Jin?" he thought to himself as he blended into the crowd and flew over. "Cold Plum and Dong Huang, you didn't stop him." Cold Plum knew about the relationship between Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin. This last Dong Huang, you didn't seem to know fear at all. She was simply audacious. The exit of Yu Hua divine sect. He was already surrounded by a group of experts. Fortunately, no divine body realm martial artists had appeared yet. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had the ability to solve such a situation. Although the people in the lead were all 9th level core shattering stage experts, they were still very strong. However, with the existence of the 9 underworld's giant demon king, he had nothing to fear. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the people who were surrounded. At this moment, there were a lot of people around. There were quite a lot of onlookers. Therefore, he was not afraid of being discovered. Moreover, he had already changed his appearance. Even if others saw him, they wouldn't know it was him. It's really him. Ling Xiao finally saw the people in the encirclement clearly. One was Xiao Jin. The current Xiao Jin was stronger than before. He exuded a cold and terrifying aura. "Little guy, you've become more handsome and stronger. I wonder if you'll still call me boss when you see me?" Ling Xiao smiled. He was relieved that Xiao Jin was fine. He didn't know the other person. He was a tall and burly beast race martial artist. His strength couldn't be underestimated. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he prepared to observe the situation. If it really didn't work, he would just put the two of them into the Dong Sheng Emperor ring and escape. It wasn't a good thing for Xiao Jin to interfere at this time. This should be his training. These two people are wearing masks. Could they be famous people? Nonsense. If they weren't famous people, how could they have killed Heavenly Demon Yu Hua? These people didn't mention Yu Hua Tianrui at all. It was as if Yu Hua Tianrui was trash not worth mentioning. That's right, I think so too. Recently, there have been more and more martial artists gathering in the chaotic Sand Sea. It's normal to have such powerhouses. It's just that they're too crazy, right? They even killed Heavenly Demon Yu Hua. Can Yu Hua Divine Sect's lineup stop them? Who knows? Just like who would have expected that Heavenly Demon Yu Hua would be killed tonight. This is simply too shocking. Looking at these two people, they seem very calm. They're probably very strong. Yu Hua Divine Sect isn't to be trifled with either. Among that group of people, there are at least 3 9th level shattered core realm existences. Everyone discussed, as if waiting to watch a show. At this moment, Xiao Jin spoke. "Friends of Yu Hua Divine Sect, we didn't kill Heavenly Demon Yu Hua, although we did enter his room. When we got there, he was already dead." Xiao Jin clearly didn't want to be the scapegoat. He wasn't afraid, but he couldn't take such a huge blame for no reason. That would be too unfair. That's right. It's even more impossible for Yu Hua Tianrui to be killed by us. When we entered Heavenly Demon Yu Hua's room, they already started fighting. Jinhu also said, "Now that things have come to this, you still want to deny it? How could the people of Yu Hua Divine Sect listen to their explanation? Unless our eyes are scared out of their wits, how could we have seen wrongly? will naturally investigate whether you killed him or not. But now you must follow us back to be interrogated. Everyone, don't go too far. Do you really think we're afraid of you, Hua Divine Sect? We just don't want to be misunderstood. If you want to fight today, we'll accompany you. Xiao Jin's eyes flickered with a terrifying golden light. Jianhu also exuded a violent aura. Facing so many powerhouses of Yu Hua Divine Sect, the two of them were not afraid at all. Hee, Yu Hua Divine Sect, you guys are really blind. At this moment, a voice came from the crowd. It was filled with ridicule and coldness. Ling Xiao didn't want Xiao Jin to be the scapegoat. If he was the one who killed him, then he was the one who killed him. How could he let his good friend take the blame? Who dares to be impudent there? Simply boasting shamelessly. Yu Hua Divine Sect was unlucky enough tonight. They definitely wouldn't let any of the suspects go. It was fine if Yu Hua Tianrui was dead. But even Heavenly Demon Yu Hua was dead. This was simply a disaster. If they couldn't find the murderer, they would all be buried with him. Don't you recognize me? Ling Xiao walked out of the crowd. He was arrogant and condescending, looking at the people of Yu Hua Divine Sect. He revealed his original appearance. It's him. How could it be him? The surrounding crowd was stunned. Ling Xiao's appearance was something they never expected. Shouldn't this person be captured by the Nine Nether Gourd? Why did he appear here? Moreover, his strength seemed to have become stronger. Who is he? There were also people who didn't recognize Ling Xiao. I think his name is Ling Xiao, a martial artist from the Golden Sky region. Someone explained. That's not the point. The point is that this kid was clearly captured by Heavenly Demon Yu Hua before. Do you guys think this guy broke the Nine Nether Gourd and then killed Heavenly Demon Yu Hua? Everyone read. Chapter 45:09. No matter what others said, Ling Xiao appeared alive. He stood in the air and looked down at the people of Yu Hua Divine Sect. He said coldly, "The people of Yu Hua Divine Sect are not only blind, but also idiots. Let me tell you, I killed Yu Hua Heavenly Demon, and Yu Hua Tianrui. If you want revenge, look for me. Framing an unrelated person is too laughable." What? The moment Ling Xiao said this, the crowd was in an uproar. Previously, everyone was just guessing. They did not expect Ling Xiao to admit it. Boss. At this moment, Xiao Jin, who had been shocked for a long time, finally rushed towards Ling Xiao excitedly. Is it really you, boss? During this period of time, Xiao Jin had been thinking about his boss day and night. He did not have a girlfriend, so naturally he thought about Ling Xiao the most. You still remember me, kid? Ling Xiao was very happy. To be honest, after being separated for a long time, feelings easily faded. Moreover, Xiao Jin went to the Savage Beast region. It was unknown if he was affected by the Savage Beast race. Ling Xiao's mind was still filled with wild thoughts. Until he heard Xiao Jin call him boss. He was satisfied. Of course, in this life, I can forget anyone but you, boss. Xiao Jin smiled very happily. On the other side, Jianhu scratched his head. I didn't expect young Master Jin's boss to be so young, but his cultivation doesn't look like much. He's actually at the intermediate stage of the extreme core stage. However, he's quite loyal to actually dare to stand out. Jianhu would not look down on Ling Xiao, but he did not quite believe what Xiao Jin said before. Xiao Jin said that his boss was stronger than him. But now, it seemed that was not the case. So they're in cahoots. Humph, no matter who they are, they must be killed today. A 9th level shattered core, martial artist, released a terrifying aura. The other two also attacked at the same time. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, almost everything was enveloped under their terrifying aura. The three of you It's best if you surrender immediately. Otherwise, if we attack, we'll definitely tear you into pieces." One of them roared angrily. His voice was like a thunderclap, causing many people to feel a headache. "Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then do it. At most, I'll just kill a few more people from your Yuhua Divine School." Ling Zhao's face was full of disdain. Xiao Jin also took off his mask, revealing an arrogant expression. Both of them were very young. The age of his soul was only around 19 years old. He was younger than any of the enemies present, yet he showed no fear in the face of being surrounded. "Boss, let me do it today. Consider it a gift for you," Xiao Jin said with a smile. "Fine, but if you can't hold on, just shout. With boss here, no one can hurt you." Ling Xiao was not boasting when he said this. The 9 Underworld's great demon king was currently at the 2nd level of the divine physique echelon. He believed that even in the chaotic desert sea, there were not many people with such a cultivation level. It would be easy for him to protect Little Gold. "Yes." Xiao Jin nodded. His golden robe shone brightly. His eyes turned golden at the same time, cold and merciless. His terrifying aura contended against the many experts of Yuhua Divine School. "What's your strength like? Let me see." Ling Xiao smiled. When he was in the Heavenly Fiend Ghost region, he knew that Xiao Jin's status in the Savage Beast region was not low. However, he had to see how strong Xiao Jin was with his own eyes. Although Xiao Jin was young, his terrifying strength made many Yuhua Divine School cultivators tremble in fear. He should be the one who killed the godson. That Ling Xiao is just bluffing. He doesn't have the ability to do so. Yuhua Divine School cultivators were not fools. They could sense who was stronger between Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin. Therefore, they would rather believe that Heavenly Fiend Yuhua was killed by Xiao Jin than Ling Xiao. This young man probably has an extraordinary background. To be able to kill the godson, he must be at least at the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm. It's unbelievable that he has reached such a cultivation level at his age. He probably has a strong background. I can sense the aura of a demonic beast. He probably came from the Savage Beast region. An expert of this level with such talent must be from the Beast Palace, one of the 3 sacred lands of the Savage Beast region. The Saintess Palace only has female disciples. The Divine Dragon Palace only has dragon descendants. The situation in the Savage Beast region and the Golden Sky region was slightly different. The Golden Sky region only had the Golden City. The Savage Beast region had 3: the Beast Palace, the Saintess Palace, and the Divine Dragon Palace. Don't care so much. Even if he's from the Beast Palace, we can't let him off easily for killing the godson. That's right. Kill. Yuhua Divine School cultivators hesitated for a long time before finally making up their minds to attack. 3 9th level core fragmentation realm experts attacked at the same time. The space seemed to be distorted and pressed towards Xiao Jin. The 3 of them should be veteran 9th level Shattered Core experts, regardless of aura or combat strength. They were all above Heavenly Fiend Yuhua. Heavenly Fiend Yuhua was still too inexperienced. If not for the treasures, it would not be easy to suppress these experts. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Although he had killed 9th level core fragmentation realm martial artists and even divine body realm martial artists before, he had relied on the Giant Devil King's power. Now that he did not use the Giant Devil King's power, he felt as if the sky was about to collapse. It was simply suffocating. Sword Tiger, protect my boss. Xiao Jin was still worried about Ling Xiao after all. Ling Xiao's cultivation level made people lose confidence. Yes, Sword Tiger received the order and went to Ling Xiao's side. He released his aura to fight against the 3 experts. With him by his side, Ling Xiao did feel much better. In terms of cultivation level, there's still a huge gap between me and Xiao Jin. It's really different to be a disciple of the Beast Palace. After I'm done here, I have to go to the Golden City as soon as possible. Ling Xiao thought to himself. At this moment, the battle suddenly turned into a treasure. Xiao Jin turned into a ray of golden light as sharp as an arrow. It instantly pierced through the space prison formed by the three experts. Kill! Xiao Jin's golden fist emitted a dazzling light as if it was the light of the sun. It directly attacked one of the experts. In a 1 versus 3 battle, the only thing Xiao Jin could do was to defeat them one by one. It would be difficult to face all three of them at the same time. Xiao Jin's speed was extremely fast. It was not impossible for him to separate the three of them. Ling Xiao watched the battle. He nodded in satisfaction. As a member of the Beast clan, Xiao Jin's physical strength was not inferior to his at all. It was probably at the level of an emperor weapon. However, he was not sure how strong it was. He would only know in battle, devouring the devil fetus and the golden crow's remnant soul. Xiao Jin's talent is not much worse than mine. Ling Xiao did not feel jealous at all. He only felt comforted. It was just like when he met Dong Huanyu in the Beast Palace. Xiao Jin believed that Xiao Jin could devour many treasures. The more he devoured, the stronger he would be. Of course, the most important thing was still things with heat. This was probably the direct reason why Xiao Jin's strength had skyrocketed.